Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 18th of December 2021. I am Bezic, and tonight I am joined by nobody. Our friendly neighbourhood boat chef Trim is currently dealing with the boss being cunt issues, so he may pop in later if he has time. So there's no particular shilling we need to get into today, so we will jump straight into some woke bullshit, shall we? So first up, we have Naga Candia, or however that's pronounced, complaining about the new Nationalities and Borders Bill. So this is an opinion article from The Guardian. Yuck. And the title is, like Shamima Begum, I could soon be stripped of British citizenship without notice. Clause 9 of the Nationality and Borders Bill will strike fear and uncertainty into the hearts of Black and Asian Britons. So this could be interesting. Oh, well, it's going to be a whole bunch of cope and whining, isn't it? Good evening, Baystape, Billy Blogs, and Gregory Priest. Nice to have you all here today. So let's have a look at this complaint. So, of course, first we have a photo of a poster. No one is illegal. Well, no, they're not illegal per se, but their actions are illegal. You know, like all crime. So our crazy woke lady says, at first glance, Shamima Begum and I don't have much in common. She fled Britain when she was a schoolgirl to join the Islamic State. I came to the UK from Sri Lanka in 2005 and qualified here as a public and human rights lawyer. I became a British citizen in 2015. Yeah, not just at first glance. One of you is a terrorist and the other's an idiot who's legally in Britain. Would be nice to have you if you've got time later, base. So, Begum was born in the UK as a British citizen on the basis of her parents' immigration status. She was stripped of her citizenship, based, using a controversial power introduced after the 2005 London bombings, which allows the government to remove British citizenship from dual nationals if doing so is conducive to the public good. The use of this power increased from 2010 and further increased in 2014. Yes, because terrorist activity keeps increasing. So the crazy lady says, like Begum, I too could be stripped of my British citizenship without warning under a proposed rule change quietly added to the Nationality and Borders Bill, thanks to a provision known as Clause 9. This would exempt the government from having to give notice if it is not reasonably practicable to do so, or in the interest of national security, diplomatic relations, or otherwise in the public interest. How does the government define what's in the public interest? Ah, yes. Now we give a shit about definitions. Yeah, that's right, Billy. It does sound good. Doesn't exactly sound like a problem. But no, her complaint seems to be that when it's not reasonably practicable to do so. Right, so when you can't find the terrorist that you want to deport. Oh, I see. You're talking about the writer itself. Yes, it would be nice if the Guardian writer was deported. Sadly, they'd probably still have access to the internet. Okay, so the crazy lady says she renounced her Sri Lankan citizenship to become a British citizen. Begum had her British citizenship taken away from her after then Home Secretary Sajid Javid cancelled it on security grounds. So, hold on. Is she saying that she's not actually a dual citizen? If she renounced her Sri Lankan citizenship and only has British citizenship, they can't actually do this. If she's not a dual citizen, they can't do this. It's a violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You cannot make somebody stateless. Which is why what they're doing to Shamima Begum is legal. Because she still has citizenship in the other country. So it's not making her stateless. So they can do that. As the writer from The Guardian goes on to say, the Supreme Court ruled that the government was entitled to prevent her from returning to the UK to fight this decision. Yes, exactly. We don't want terrorists coming back. And, yeah, of course, she confirms what I said. A tribunal ruled that removing her British citizenship was lawful because she was a citizen of Bangladesh, her parents' heritage by descent, a point disputed by the government of Bangladesh. So she then goes on to say, my childhood was spent in Sri Lanka. Under the new proposals, I could be deprived of my British citizenship without notice or notification. Dual citizenship is not a precondition. Well, that's a blatant lie. I believe she even says it. Yes, there we go. The powers which allows the government to remove British citizenship from dual nationals. So, she's saying that she's not a Bangladeshi citizen. Well, if she's not a Bangladesh citizen, her British citizenship can't be cancelled because she's not a dual citizen. She's complaining about nothing, which isn't terribly surprising coming from a Guardian writer. So she goes on to say that Begum grew up in the UK. She's been made stateless simply because the British government believes she is eligible for citizenship of Bangladesh. Okay. But she is, because she was... her parents were there. Her parents were from there, weren't they? But, again, our writer is complaining that she renounced her citizenship. So if she doesn't have citizenship, depending on how Sri Lanka's rules on citizenship work, well, then she's not a dual national, is she? And if she is, we should get rid of her already, because clearly she's an unstable threat to Britain. Here we go. So here's her problem. Begum and I both have heritage from the same region of the world. We both have brown skin. She thinks it's about having brown skin, not about, oh, I don't know, joining a terrorist organisation. So she then says, some kind of advance warning of the government's intention to remove citizenship at least gives time to prepare a defence and appeal. To no longer have this heads up will leave victims of such decisions winded and on the back foot. Presumably this is why the no-notice clause is being added to the legislation. No, the no-notice clause is probably being added to the legislation so they can do it if the person is in a different country or they can't be found for other reasons. So student history says, don't watch she's spazzing. To re-enter the UK, she's just going to get locked up on terror charges. And Gregory says, jail the terrorist then. Sounds reasonable to me. Jail her, then deport her anyway. So here's something I do disagree with, though. The Home Office has said that British citizenship is a privilege, not a right. I would argue that it is a right. A right that can be stripped away under certain circumstances, just like we can strip the right to liberty from criminals. But it is most definitely a right. So then, okay, here we go. Another example of obfuscation via statistics. So the New Statesman has conducted research, aka pulled shit out of their ass, as the numbers of people and their nationalities who could potentially be affected by the new clause. Using 2011 census data, it found that 5.6 million people in England and Wales could potentially be affected by the new rule. Yeah, so that'd be 5.6 million people who were affected by the previous rule. Yeah, so as student of history says, it is a right for those born in Britain, is it not? But Mythos says that citizenship is not a right. It's not a. I would argue that it's not a right to foreign nationals, but to born freemen of the land, or whatever you want to call, whatever it's called in Britain. I would argue that that's a right. And yes, student of history, I am by myself. Hopefully someone will have the time to join us in a bit. So, the whole point of the numbers that they've just brought up, the 5.6 million people, of whom just 1 in 20 are white, well, half are British Asians and 39% of Black Britons are potentially at risk. What they don't point what they fail to point out is that the same amount of people were affected previously. Yes, student, I could use a second. So they then go on to say, of course, this extrapolation of census data does not mean that all of us will be unceremoniously booed out of the UK in the whim of the Home Secretary, but what it does do is instill fear and uncertainty into our hearts. Why? It's the exact same rules as previously. Well, apart from the no notice. And I'm pretty sure the part where it's reasonably practicable means that if you're in the UK and you're not hiding from the government, they probably have to find you. You'd have a pretty good lawsuit against them otherwise. Okay. So that's what the bit I had on the immigration bullshit. So the next one I've got on is just a rundown of the last week's woke rubbish. That's then going to move into what the Lotus has discussed the other day about the schools that where the teachers believe that the kids belong to them, not the parents. Yeah, Billy, why don't we bring on the mass deportations? Get rid of them all. If they don't like it, if they don't want England to be a good country, they can just sod off. So, another example of woke rubbish getting in the way is a chilling video showing 16-month-old Star Hobson not smiling or kissing as she was being held by the stepmother who murdered her 1 month later, after social services missed 5 chances to save her. So, why is so it's possibly not obvious right away why this is woke nonsense based on the names, but here we go. So, in one clip posted to Facebook, Savannah Brocker, the girlfriend, there we go, of the 16-month-old mother, Frankie Smith, holds the little girl as she sings to her before telling her, "But you're a serious girl, deadly." Not sure what that's supposed to mean. Unless that's an Aboriginal thing, but I don't think so. That doesn't seem like a British thing. Yes, tough eyes. We always bring you the black pills on the Sultans. Bring you some absolutely nasty stuff. So a second video posted to social media shows Smith asking Star, "Do you love me?" Well, the child says nothing in reply for several seconds before answering yes. A caption running along the bottom of the clip read, "She had to think about it, but she does." Ugh. So a jury convicted Brockhill, 28, of murdering Star after the child suffered months of abuse in her home in Cayley, West Yorkshire during the COVID lockdown last year. Oh look, COVID lockdowns, just another example of how they're murdering children. So Star's great-grandfather branded Brockhill pure evil and ascended from the bowels of hell, while Smith, 20, cried as she was convicted of causing or allowing the toddler's death at Brentford Crown Court today. Crying because she got caught, I'm sure. So social services missed 5 opportunities to stop Star's killers, including her great-grandfather's partner in the months before her death on September 22nd, 2020. So Prime Minister Buttface called the case shocking and heartbreaking, adding on Twitter, "We must protect children from these barbaric crimes and ensure lessons are learned." Yeah, about that, Boris. You haven't. In every major developed country, social services is worthless. Let me... feel free to hop on in, student. So let's have a look at some comments. Billy says, all the ungrateful immigrants that hate the UK should go home. Stop taking advantage of the UK and its sensibilities. Absolutely. Base Ape says, no, I don't love you. You named me Star. Yeah, what is it with crazy...
Good morning.
G'day, man. How's it going?
Hello?
Hello. Not sure whose and the audio issue is on. Please stand by.
That could be me. I'm not sure.
Let's see. Discord. Can't hear my mic. So that's something. So I'll continue to read some comments. Tough Eyes says, oh, well, the other thing to consider is how the media has groomed a morbid fascination into society with these types. Although these people and social services are definitely disgusting. Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm actually in.
Yes. Let me make sure you're going out next time you say something.
Alrighty.
Okay, hopefully the guys can hear you, because it's showing me you outputting audio on my end. All right. So, yeah, Billy Blogs asked, the kid was called Star? Yes, the kid was called Star, which does seem to be something that abused children all seem to have in common, that they're given stupid fucking names. Thanks.
Right, Jack can hear me. That's all good.
Yes. Thank you for letting us know, Billy. Right. So, great-grandparent Neil Fawcett posted a harrowing that's a poorly written sentence. Mr. Fawcett posted 2 harrowing pictures of the toddler, one of her looking happy, followed by one he had been sent the girl bruises a message to her mother. He's demanded, from this to this in 5 weeks, what's going on, Frankie? Her reaction was to block him online and restrict access to her. Social services failed to do anything to stop the couple keeping her. So Mr. Fawcett said they warned the authority. God, Jesus Christ, Daily Mail, get your editor needs to be fired.
The editor.
Their copy editor, they either need one or the one they've got needs to be beaten.
I'm going to be the nice guy here and say that they should probably hire one.
Yes, they probably should.
I'm gonna be Mr. Benefit of the Doubt here.
Yes, we probably should, because the Daily Mail has been pretty good on some things. I don't know what's changed at the time.
Sometimes the sentences come out like shit.
Yeah. I don't know what's changed in the Daily Mail, but they've actually been the least crazy of the big newspapers. Which is strange, it's the fucking Daily Mail.
Well, it's not exactly a high bar to jump.
The title of this story, Billy, is You're a Serious Girl, Deadly. Chilling video shows 16-month-old Star Hobson not smiling or kissing as she is being held by the stepmother who murdered her 1 month later after social services missed 5 chances to save her. Yeah, that's a really bad title. The URL tells me that was probably previously Mother 20 and Female Lover 28, guilty of death of 16-month-old daughter.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Oh, we've actually got the video. So we won't bother putting the audio on because that gets YouTube shitty if there's even a hint of music in the background. Oh yeah, had been slowed down with the music, so we won't risk that because YouTube does not like over 6-hour videos. Won't let you edit them. So we've actually got the photo from the great-grandfather. So, smiley, happy kid too, covered in bruises. Fan-fucking-tastic. Utterly disgusting. Utterly disgusting. And,
yeah,
of course...
as somebody who's normally not a fan of the state getting involved, especially in familial issues. This is one of those moments where it's like, if you're going to be there to do a job, you should probably do the job.
Well, that's it. Like, social services, in just about, I'm only tangentially familiar with any of them, but I'm a bit more familiar with the Australian one. I know I've got a passing familiarity with the UK and America, and every time I hear of social services, they fucked up. They've either taken a kid away from a good parent and given them to a bad parent, and then they die, or they don't take them away from a bad parent and then they die.
Yeah, in my state, they tend to be overactive.
Yeah.
They have a tendency of being overactive and looking for any excuse.
Okay. So let's see. Mrs. Smith.
And the chat appears to be asking, is this a same-sex relationship?
It is. So we have the mother on the right
Shocker.
and the stepmother on the left here on the image I've currently got up. Now, something interesting about it is that shows up is that the mother is 20, the stepmother is 28, and the mother has an IQ of 70. The mother is intellectually disabled. So I'm going to guess that the baby wasn't the only person being abused.
Just from personal experience on this one, I would be very likely to bank money on that because I have yet to actually see a same-sex lesbian relationship actually not be toxic to everyone involved.
Well, true, but even taking the same sex out of it, you have one that's 8 years older than the other, and the younger one's legitimately an idiot, because I believe an IQ of 70 is like the lowest cutoff for being a functional human being.
I thought it was like 80 or something like that.
I think it may be. Who knows? It might even change depending on country. But I know in Australia that if you've got an IQ of 70 or below, you're automatically entitled to the disability payment for being a retard.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I could have sworn that 80 was like the cutoff for where you're just everybody's where the assumption is that you can't take care of yourself.
Yeah. Ah, Billy has another article, which tells us how that they killed the baby. Thank you, Billy.
Do we really want to know?
Baby killed by mum and partner who stamped on her, causing injuries to abdomen.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I will add that to the sources list, but we will not look at that particular one any further.
Yeah, on the list of things I really needed, that's not one of them. Knowing exactly how two grown women stomped a baby to death. That's not how I needed to know. Not things I needed to know.
No. So Gregory brings up an interesting point as well. Gregory says, unless they are Aboriginal, then they are too scared to take kids away because of the stolen generation. Which actually brings us to another interesting point. They're really scared of the stolen generation until they lock up Aboriginal teenagers in their COVID concentration camps for being a close contact.
And we get to the Australian fascism.
I mean, I'm pretty sure at this point, like, what is it? It's like 6 degrees of separation. It's like 3 degrees from Australian fascism.
Well, listen, you're not quite at the point of somebody chanting blood and soil. Well, for some of them. For some of the Australians.
Yeah, I'm sure some of them would be. Oh, so Billy's, of course, posting the injuries in the chat. Oh, There were also two fractures to Star's right leg caused by forceful twisting, which had been refractured as they healed. Fantastic.
Fucking mongrels.
Yep. So let's see what was going on with the relationship between the two alleged adults. So Smith, who has a very low IQ of 70, was said to have been dominated by her older partner and so enthralled by her she lost interest in her own daughter. Yeah, that doesn't sound terribly unreasonable for a low IQ of 70.
Yeah, no, that's not exactly out of the ordinary.
No, I'm not terribly shocked by that.
Hmm.
So Eric Wright, a consultant clinical psychologist, told her trial it meant she was in the lowest 2% of people for general intelligence and in the top 3 for compliance and suggestibility. Brockhill, so the older partner, was aggressively possessive of her and threatened on Snapchat to put anyone in a chair who messaged her. Okay, so abusive relationship. I'm starting to feel that the mother shouldn't be in prison for this.
I'm not gonna go as far to say that the mother shouldn't. But the
Sorry,
mother should
let me
probably be getting the
rephrase.
lesser end of the sentencing.
I think she is, but let me rephrase. She should have a custodial sentence, but in a mental health facility, not a prison.
Are you talking about a lesbian who killed her kid?
Yes, the killer lesbians.
Oh. I
I mean,
arrived at the perfect time then.
I mean, it's a tough call for me because on the one hand, I understand that the biological mother is mentally deficient.
Oh yes, she should definitely
At
be
the same-
punished, but I think
But at the same time, we're also talking about a grown adult who, judging by what Billy's typed in the chat, very aggressively forever boxed a child.
yes.
Oh.
So it goes. Speaking of, it goes on to say that jurors were shown footage which prosecutors said showed Brockhill delivering 21 blows to the child in a car over 3 hours, some as the toddler sat in the car seat. The video came from a camera at a recycling plant in Doncaster where Brockhill was working as a security guard. Jesus, could you be a more stereotypical lesbian? And was filmed about 8 days before the kid's death.
Well, she doesn't have the stereotypical build or haircut, so I mean...
Yes. Surprisingly, we've actually got the photo, but interestingly, she does have the wider facial features that seems common.
Oh yeah, no, that's a bit of a block jaw.
No. I wonder if anyone's actually done research on that. I should note that down and see if someone's actually done research on lesbians and the facial shape.
Kind of happy that I can't watch the screen. I got to connect it on my headset. My phone is on the other side of the room.
Fair enough.
By the way, how's it going, Trim?
This and that. C'est la
chef
vie,
things.
if I'm speaking. Yeah. If I'm speaking surrender correctly, then the word c'est la vie is wrong to them.
Close, but not quite.
How you? How are you?
The S is silent, but yes, interesting.
Oh.
We've got some new friends in chat. We have Tough Eyes, and look at that. Billy asks which one is the one with the low IQ. It's the one on the right. Which you can kind of guess as well, just from the photo, I reckon.
What makes you say that?
You know the facial features of... Ah, crap. I've completely blanked on the name of the
Does
disease.
he have a vacant stare?
Yes. The windows are open, but there's no lights on inside. But no, she's got she's got the more rounded face that you start to associate with mentally disabilities.
Oh, like Down syndrome?
Yes, that's the one. Nowhere near as bad as Down syndrome, but you know how people with Down syndrome have very round, very symmetrical faces? Yeah. Rounder and more symmetrical than average, I would say.
She's special. Well, she doesn't have Down syndrome because apparently she's fertile.
Apparently so. And apparently she's also very susceptible to being abused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which she took out on her kid.
Fantastic. There's a picture of one of the bruises on the kid's face. There's photographic evidence of what was happening to this kid, and social services did nothing.
So they just left it with a aggressive, mentally handicapped person who just beat her own kid to death.
With help
Yep.
from her lesbian lover.
Oh, of course, an attractor lesbian, apparently. Wasn't that what you said?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that,
What
man.
was- Yeah, I was gonna say, what was that?
Oh, was she is the partner a tractor lesbian? You know, like the really butch one?
Surprisingly, no.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, there's a distinctive lack of stereotypical butch lesbian traits in this relationship.
Yes, I do wonder if it's a same-sex relationship as much as it is an abuser and victim relationship. I wonder if the attraction was. I think I would posit that the attraction was more, oh, here's a really easy victim, more so than, oh, here's a woman.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of makes sense, though.
That's just an inference from me, though, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Ooh. Okay.
What?
This is going to get chat wild. Brock Hill, so the 8-year-older lesbian, has a traveller background and left school aged 10.
Based?
So
I'm sorry, what was that?
they have a traveller background and left school aged 10. So
That's quite well educated for travelers, isn't
yeah.
Jeez.
So
As gypsy as it can be without being an actual gypsy.
yeah, so the lesbian lied that the injuries were caused by the 2-year-old child. Sorry, were caused by a 2-year-old child, which the prosecution branded absurd and added it was quite impossible for the doctors to envisage that it could have been inflicted by a child. Social services were warned 5 times Smith and Brocker were not looking after Star properly and could be abusing her, but it was written off as malicious rumours.
Wait, they called the kid Star?
Yeah, they called the kid Star.
That's the first sign of abuse right there.
No
Hang
kidding.
on. Your fucking name's Trim.
That's not his real name.
Yeah, and I gave it to myself because I didn't have time to give myself a proper name.
Yeah, but
My
your
actual
real
name is...
some sort of Norwegian bullshit, for sure. It's probably
Yeah.
Stig.
It's more,
I suppose it's better than
biblical, actually.
all the girls running around named Bentley and Mercedes and stuff like
Do you
that.
know what?
Mercedes
really
is a
funny
porn
about it,
star
sure.
name.
Bezic,
No, it's just parents naming their kids after everything they're never gonna have.
Sorry, I can just see General from here, and someone's muted Harry again.
Yeah, it was me.
yeah, I saw that.
It was me.
Good use of power.
Bezic, I literally know Norwegians called Dag.
What?
Dog. Dog. It's pronounced dog. Which is pretty funny because it's actually what we call day. So if you meet someone called Dag, he's actually called Day.
Mm.
D-A-Y. D-A-Y.
Okay, so that just means Norwegians are slightly lower on the scale than this
What
woman's
is-
mental intuition.
What is really funny,
It
though...
means we're incredibly fucking lazy.
What is interesting, though, that in Australia, a dag is someone who dresses really poorly. and doesn't bother to make them clean themselves.
Yeah, standard Norwegian.
Well, I mean, most dogs are people who live in the northern area of Norway, and that one
Well,
is actually
that's
pretty
everything you
fucking
need to
accurate.
know.
Hey, Bezic, guess what happened to me yesterday?
Go on.
My audio interface decided to explode because I was doing special effects in the voice chat.
No, I've been followed in by a cormorant.
Wait, student of history's a cormorant?
It's another word beginning with C, ends with a T.
Yeah, so we've got a.
Cunt.
Hmm.
I need to just learn to shut my mouth more often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, there's no quarter with this crew.
Yeah.
No, come on, what do you expect?
Mercy is for the weak.
Hmm.
Such is life.
So I'm actually scrolling past a photo of the lesbian murderer, and if you didn't know in advance that she was a lesbian, you wouldn't pick it.
Yeah, she's not particularly. Neither of the two girls are particularly lesbian looking.
No,
Ah,
though
Well, no,
yeah,
one's just got a firmer jaw, and the other one's got a
Mm.
little bit of
Yeah.
a blank stare.
though
If you gave
I would suspect that the younger one, it's probably less to do with being a lesbian and more to do with having an IQ of 70 and being an easy victim.
I mean, let's be honest. If you gave either
Too
of them a
much. He's
decent wash, she
still
might do.
punished for killing your kid.
Absolutely, but I was saying to student just before you arrived that her custodial sentence should probably be in a mental facility rather than a regular prison.
No, I'd say that's true.
Well, yeah, okay, that one. I can see that one. However, the other one, if she was if she was a culprit, she could be just yeeted right in behind bars.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, as far as I'm concerned, the black jaw is right into prison for at least the next 10 years.
Nah, Her Majesty's
And the,
pleasure, I reckon.
Well, though the actual handicapped mom could actually benefit with a hug yourself jacket.
Yeah, maybe.
It's pretty messed up in general, though. Whole situation.
Yeah, it's all just fucked.
No, it's just the amount of injuries the kid had over a period of time. It's just absolutely horrendous.
If you really want it to be kind of messed up, if you really want to see how messed up it is, Billy found an article that talks about all the different injuries they had,
It's just absolutely insane.
and that's
Yeah,
It's not
like
what I needed on a
every
Saturday
part
morning.
of the poor kid was injured.
Yeah, pretty well.
And child services didn't even pay any notice because what? She's lesbian.
5 separate times.
No, they kept blaming the injuries on other things, and
Didn't they say something about
well-
the family being racist as well, or some shit?
just yeah. Well, they said it was the family were basically making the complaints just because they didn't like the fact that they were lesbians.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And of course, social services being social services, underfunded, useless pricks. They went, that sounds right, we'll just ignore it.
And
It doesn't matter if the kid
absolutely
does it?
absolutely full of lesbians themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm so pressed.
Yes, let's send the government-funded lesbian organization to go investigate a lesbian relationship. This is going to go over well.
Yeah.
It's just
there was
not
a
surprising.
lesbian at a boat that just she quit her job recently, but when she's home around her folks, she goes around saying that I was fired because I'm a lesbian. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
That
I'm
is
honestly...
really true because my fucking one of our head chefs isn't totally a raging homosexual.
Wow.
I'm honestly
I mean-
surprised that no one's been fired from this yet.
Here we go.
The social workers, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that
Here we
wasn't
go. So that we've actually
Well-
got some images of. Oh, hold on.
Well, if you start firing social workers, where do you stop firing social workers? You know what I mean?
fire them out of cannon.
That's the problem. Once you fire one, you kind of got to fire all of them, haven't you?
Are there even enough
Why not
cannons
solve it
left
by
at
just
this point
making
in
one fire? Set
modernity?
fire to their building.
I was thinking of making my own cannon. Proper brass or bronze. Traditional.
Just be careful with the
Make it
charge.
a glass.
Well, what I was thinking is making like a mini one, but a mini functional cannon that you could put on your desk.
You have a license for that.
Well, I mean, I don't need a license to make a cannon.
No, you can make a
You
cannon
need a
with that
license to own
The
and
police
possess it.
come
though.
by and like, are you sure
Yeah.
about that? Just placing a fucking.
No, the cannon itself is just a tube at the end of the day. You don't need any licensing for that. Only when you put gunpowder in it, it becomes tricky.
Don't say it loudly. They might
Well,
actually
that's
start
the-
banning pipes in your country.
That's the American answer for why we're not banning why banning guns is an absolutely retarded thing outside of the Constitution. Because fun fact, you can make a PPSH 41 out of a bunch of things from Home Depot.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
sorry, we
honestly,
kind of
the social.
derailed again, didn't we?
This is the thing, though. What I can see happening is that the social services. Oh, social services has gone wrong, so we just have to send more money to them. Give them more money, they can do a better job.
Yeah, that will be the answer.
That is literally what the answer will be, and it is the worst possible answer.
Yep. So we've actually got some of the
Yeah, because
bullshit
that's the
from
solution to
social
everything.
services right here. So social workers investigating the couple cleared them five times, even declaring a referral to them was malicious the week before she was murdered.
Please.
So the authorities fell for the lies despite a series of concerns raised by relatives. During an unannounced social worker visit to their home on September 15 last year, the child was so dazed by the abuse she had suffered she walked into a sofa. She had bruises on her face and shins, but the Bradford City Council worker believed Brockhill's explanation she'd fallen down the stairs. In fact, she was being chokeslammed, swung by her leg and hit in the face by the twisted couple.
How the fuck do you believe that they fell down the stairs
Excuse
and hit
me?
those specific injuries? I mean, if you've ever fallen down the fucking stairs, you know that when you fall down the fucking stairs, you hit every fucking step. You don't have very specific injuries in specific places. They're all over your body. The amount of
I
fucking
didn't
just
know
makes
you
me
could
so
get
angry.
choked by a fucking stair.
Exactly, yeah. How do you end up hitting your throat on the stairs? That's very unlikely considering the positioning of your throat. It's just, sorry, I shouldn't let myself get angry, but like when it comes to kids, it really fucking pisses me off.
Oh, Billy Blogs makes a
Good
bet in
thing.
chat. He says, I bet it's the Labour-run council. Let's fucking find out.
Of course
Oh
it is.
my god.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
I fucking bet
I'm
50
gonna
bucks that
back
it is.
that up. Let's go.
No need to even Google it, mate. It's fucking of course it is. And don't waste your. don't
It's
waste your
Labour.
Processing power.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have wasted the processing power on that.
Okay, so allow me to clarify exactly what's about to happen. There's
Nothing.
going to be investigation. Nothing's really going to get done. They're going to say we need to fund
And they're gonna be called
the
brave
social
and
services
beautiful.
more. And these two women are going to get absolute slaps on the wrist and be let out back into society within 2.5 years.
2.5? More like 6 weeks.
This is the UK. They're much more likely to get new identities.
Oh.
Well, that's it. Isn't there that child who can beat a kid to death with a hammer? They got a new identity, and I think they're now in Australia or some bullshit.
Yeah. Because her
Yeah,
boyfriend
isn't it
persuaded
like
her to do it.
illegal to have their identity? It's illegal
No,
to have the
She only did it because her boyfriend made her do it.
Hmm.
Oh, she was a sick fuck. Poor boyfriend.
Jesus.
Maxine Carr or something, wasn't it? Maxine Carr, I think.
Don't remember.
Those are Brady murders.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where
Of course, the Brady murders, they were both involved, but they're just the Brady murders, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they've been sentenced yet.
She was
So
sentenced to 25 years.
she did? Oh, sorry. I was talking about this particular one, not the older one.
Oh.
I don't think they've sentenced the latest pair of child murderers, but they convicted the stepmother of murder, and they convicted the mother of allowing a child to be abused, or whatever the proper wording is.
reckless endangerment or something like that.
Shit,
Oh,
yeah.
I think there's a specific one for not protecting your child from an abusive partner.
Yeah, when you know that that's happening. There's the point.
Yeah, there's a law against that. I don't know about your country though. I mean, you have a government that actively denies cancer patient treatment because of a fucking flu.
Okay, so did this all take place in England?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's another grain of sand on the heap.
Indeed.
Why does England have such an issue with not protecting their kids?
Because it's racist or it's misogynist or something to protect the kids.
That
They'll
would
have some
require
excuse for
work, and they can't do work. It's much easier to
It
just.
would be an issue one at a time.
It's much easier to just go after people who say mean words on Twitter.
Well, yes, clearly, because they're
Yeah.
not actually doing anything wrong.
Exactly.
I mean,
That and
it's
paint
just a
your
thought
face
crime.
with fucking rainbows.
I mean, me personally, I view paperwork as just absolute devilry. So, me personally, I'm just sitting here like, no. Please let me go do something.
Yes, fucking hate paperwork.
Yeah, no, that I'm at this point after having seen a little bit of both sides of businesses. I'm just sitting here like, so clearly, actually doing a job is godly shit, and paperwork is the devil's hand at work.
Based.
And the fact that 90% of paperwork done is like government paperwork just irritates me to no end.
It's even worse working for the government. Fuck it.
Who the fuck would do that?
Some idiot who needs a job like me.
My parents used to work for the Ministry of
Desperate
Defense.
people. Services.
Well, there's two kinds of people who work for the government. Desperate people and sociopaths. Sorry, there's a third kind. Brain-dead idiots. Sadly,
No,
the desperate ones
Hey,
leave
that's
for better
the
stuff.
entirety of the-
Zick, I
That's the
wouldn't call them
entirety of the
brain dead.
Scottish
I would call
Nationalist
them
Party.
midwits.
Yeah.
They're just smart enough to make it in, but they're not smart enough to think on their own.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
I forgot to specify that I was
Okay.
talking about the Australian government. Where, like, in the department I was working in, I am thoroughly convinced that they took the literacy and numeracy tests that they made everyone do as part of hiring and then threw away everyone who passed. Just hire the fucking brainless.
Oh, I'm sure they've got some qualified people there. I mean, you can't run a concentration camp without some smart people.
True, but
Hmm.
it's the problem is when they're smart and sociopaths.
Oh, for those ones, I would advise looking at your elected officials.
So you mean the dumb sociopaths?
I'm not convinced they're dumb. I'm still 50-50 on whether or not they're dumb or smart.
Again, Australian ones are absolute fucking idiots. Like, there's no doubt about it. But somehow people still keep electing them because, holy shit, the population's full of morons.
Who fucking knew?
Yep. So, shall we
By the
look
way,
at...
Hi, Base Ape.
Shall we look at something slightly less painful and possibly a little hilarious? Because we're going to laugh at...
I think it's probably a good idea.
Well, we're going to laugh at transgenderism, so... Take that how you will.
Oh, that's my favorite pastime.
Biology's live joke.
Well, let's have a look at the world champion record-breaking swimmer.
Oh, this twat. Yeah.
Jesus.
Let me guess, is a dude
swim out
participating in women's sports?
28.
Not
No,
only
it's
that.
just a lady.
jawline
It's a
right
lady
now?
with really big hands.
Not only that, but they're boasting about it.
Right.
Like the least unsportsman thing you can do, boasting about your victories.
Yeah.
Yep, they're boasting about beating women by being a man.
I mean, I don't know. That's pretty based.
I just think the important takeaway from this is that men are just better at being women than women are.
Well,
If you want to do something right, have a man do it.
well, conservative transsexuals do make better women than leftist women.
Yeah.
I mean,
mean,
anything
that's where I've landed on all
done
this.
better than leftists.
Well, at least it's a situation.
I mean,
where
anything conservative does better than the fucking leftist.
Yeah.
At least this is a situation where they're boasting about winning a race and beating a woman instead of Fallon Fox and literally beating a woman.
I mean, you have to have like.
Hashtag Fallon did nothing wrong.
The thing is, you must be really, really in your own head to think that you can make comments like she did and not have someone call you out on them.
I don't know. I've spent quite a lot of time talking to the lonely feminists in the last couple of days, and it's really making me come round to the transgender side.
Right. So we've actually got the comments. 3/4 of the way through the fucking article. It said, "That was so easy. I was cruising with your far bigger body, larger muscles, and testosterone."
I wonder how you do against, I don't know, some guys.
Well, weren't they a loser before in men's sports? So that's why they joined women's sports.
To be fair, like, I can't say I blame people for doing this because they know the grift is easy.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Andy Murray, I would definitely just start competing in the women's.
Andrea Murray.
Yeah, you get paid. Well, he can. There's nothing stopping him winning both. He can compete. He can compete in both. And the women, if you remember, the women campaign to get the same pay. So
yeah.
they play less sets for the same money. It's actually better business to do the ladies. It's quite often on different days. I reckon you could do both. If anything, winning women's Wimbledon is probably quite a good warm up for playing men's Wimbledon.
Well, wasn't it like the world number 300 or 100 or 300 guy who beat both of the Williams sisters back to back after he'd been drinking and he'd already played a full round of golf?
Yeah, he's like hundreds. But I mean, like that's you can watch the video of that on YouTube. That guy, that's not like that's a real thing that happened. He videoed his day. I think he played like 9 holes of golf, had a couple beers, and then smashed them back to back.
He beat both of them in 4 games.
Attaboy.
Singing similar.
Remember, folks, if you suck at male sport, Then try women's sport and suddenly you'll be good. Record
It's like
breaking.
If you're mediocre going to the women's
Well,
division,
it-
all
it
of a
just-
sudden
it
you're
just-
just the best.
it just adds another tier to the old teacher meme, isn't it? You know, those who can do, those who can't teach, those who can't teach PE, those who can't teach PE teach women's PE.
Jesus.
Just an extra tier into that system.
Yeah. So, with
Oh, speaking of trans people, I just want to point one thing out, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I just watched the trailer for Warhammer Space Marine 2,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm kind of like I have small hopes for it because I like the first game, but then I saw the senior writer, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to expect anything.
It's fucked, basically.
It's a full-on ACAB tranny.
Expect for your favorite childhood memories to be dragged out into the street and summarily executed.
Did you
It's-
know how
it's fitting
Space
that the
Marines
main
are the
villains
evil
are
empire?
Tyranids.
I
It's
actually,
fitting though that the main villains are the Tyranids because
yeah,
they
they're gonna make them
devour
the
and destroy
communists.
everything you love.
No,
They're
they're
gonna make
feminists.
them the perfect communist example. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, the Tyranids are the perfect communist example.
Well, exactly, but like they're gonna suggest that that's a good thing, and we're the bad guys for killing the Tyranids.
Well, that's a good.
The endless devourer. I mean, I collect Tyranids. They're one of my favorite armies because they are meant to be this monstrous thing that just melts everything down into a biomass to repurpose it. It's like the most horrible thing you could probably think
Are
of.
you sure they're the final form? Are you sure they're the final form of the communist and not just the final form of the consumer?
No, definitely communism because
considering
they're a
all they
hive
leave
mind.
is
yeah.
I thought it was feminism.
considering-
Speaking of trans in video games, fucking Far Cry 6 has a tranny as one of the major fucking characters.
Shit,
Where?
man.
Of course,
I haven't even seen.
progressive.
I mean, I've been playing it through. I have to say, I haven't noticed. Who's the tranny?
Though, have you got through to the... I'm trying not to spoil it for anyone who will bother to go play it after this.
Ah,
I
fuck
know,
our
right?
fuck our listeners.
Okay, so in that case, it's the two idiots who do the radio program. One of them is there's the stupid, crazy, psycho bitch woman and the tranny, and of course they're in a relationship, and they're black.
I
Very,
hadn't
very
even noticed
cultural.
what I genuinely hadn't noticed one of them was a tranny. Hadn't even picked up on it.
They
How can
fucking
you-
make it obvious.
One's a tranny, but they're both
Will you
females
listen-
and they're lesbians. So how does that work?
Yeah, but you've been listening to the dialogue. I don't listen to the dialogue. I'm just pewing shit. I'm not fucking listening.
Oh
to
well,
the
there's your
dialogue.
problem.
I'm not trying to get immersed into fucking Far Cry.
This thing here, that's allegedly a
What?
woman, and in a former Soviet bloc-style blockaded country, they've somehow managed to have tranny surgery.
I'm just
Yeah,
surprised they have anybody who's
somehow-
willing to speak out like that didn't get thrown into a fucking gulag.
Right now, I'm just pressing X to doubt.
Is that a woman?
That's allegedly
I'm
one,
just-
but I've clearly just made a man, and then someone's gone, I'm a woman.
I'm seeing a skinny Hispanic kid with eyeliner on.
Literally.
Yeah, I have to say I did
mean,
Why
not.
can't it?
I haven't
why
grasped
can't
that
you
that
just
was
do the
supposed to be a tranny.
Bangkok thing of trannies? At least they're kind of convincing. Kind
Okay,
of.
no,
convincing.
those things are traps.
It's always gonna be this half-melted abomination. It can't be anyone who actually tries to transition anymore. It's either the fucking large triangle upper body, it's ma'am, or
There's
this
a
Well,
stigma
sure,
now
that's
about
gigantic
called
passing.
passing
half-floating blob.
Yeah, there literally is a stigma about passing these days. You can't pass as an actual female if you're trans because otherwise you're being oppressed. You're trying
Yeah.
to fit into the same dynamic that women are in. So it's like, whoa, it's all a clusterfuck of just.
So they're
Well,
doing the wrong thing by
That
actually
reminds me of a
trying
good
to-
joke I did here, though. If the
Yes,
trans women
Okay.
if the trans women are saying that women in movies don't represent them, aren't they admitting that they're not real women?
Yes, yes, they are.
There is no true women. There is no real women.
That can be discussed.
That guy's
I
going completely to
disagree.
the wrong hand.
And that is the creature that the tranny's fucking.
Oh, Jesus.
What? Just 2
I'm going to
seconds.
be honest. If you told me that one was the tranny, I'd have believed you outright.
Right?
I mean, I
Wait.
don't know if that's
That's a
poor
woman?
quality choice of model or poor quality of their ability to craft with 3D.
Yes, I think it's both.
What
See, that's
the
not too
hell
bad.
is that?
That's not too
That
bad.
is,
That actually looks like a
Portland-
person.
That is Portland, Oregon personified.
Yeah, that looks
Yeah.
like
Oh,
a
that's
person,
better.
an ugly person, but a person nonetheless.
Yeah, that you could believe they are
Give
a
it a
female
better
person, at the
hairstyle,
very
and now we're
least.
talking.
But the thing is, it never renders like that in game. It will
No.
always look far worse in game. Yes, the sideways crop top where you've tied it up,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what people wear all the time. Well, like, what's
Where's
with
this
these
game,
fucking socks as well? I
doing
mean, what
anyway?
the fuck is wrong with this woman?
Oh, like that's not even the dumbest outfit a woman has.
Click on the face. Click on the faces in the bottom left. I want to see that middle face. No, not yet. Not those ones. On the character you're just on. There's like, yeah.
What the hell?
Literally Portland, Oregon. Oh my god.
What the
What
I
fuck
just need
am I
flames.
looking at?
Flames coming out the mouth now. That's all it needs.
Yeah.
Yes! A fucking laser. I'm a fire.
Except you're not allowed to have that meme now because that's apparently racist too.
Speaking of
Wait, what,
stupid
Black
fucking
Hell is
character
racist?
outfits,
The hell is that?
My chicken wings have arrived, which is incredibly important.
Yeah, I could hear that.
You know, I
Nice.
think I know what it is. It's that actually the talent around at making the 3D models is so bad at making women look womanly that they just make all the guy models and they just try and make the guy models look like women because it's easier. It's just laziness, so they call it like, oh yeah, this is totally trans rights.
I mean, what it seems like to me is that they take a kind of slim male model and they just add 2 lumps from the front.
but pretty much all the women in it look absolutely stupid.
Of course.
Let's see. So, the only woman who looks even halfway usefully dressed is the big leader of the revolution. She's at least wearing
Of course,
clothes.
the revolution is led by a tiny Hispanic woman, I guess. Or is she like super strong and can brutalize people?
Female power and all that, you know.
Far Cry 6, not Cuba.
Well,
What the hell is that face?
actually, Far Cry 6 is set in essentially Cuba.
Well, of course
Because the
Oh.
country it's set in has been blockaded for decades, so you're driving around in like 50s era cars.
Yeah, no, that was the joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Far Cry 6, definitely not Cuba.
Right, sorry.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people in Cuba are trans.
None.
None.
How many
I think
holes
they're
are
more
dug?
worried about eating.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine they are too, but I'd love to see someone try and do a study on it, you know?
I can see
Oh,
it being
Prime
slightly
Knight.
difficult
If
to get
Prime
men.
Knight says we found the Wojak for trans female.
Yeah.
Prime Knight says,
Prime says he's
Really,
playing
I think
through.
They are commies.
Prime Knight says he's playing through Witcher 3, and CD Projekt Red made some ladies gorgeous since not again. I mean, even in Witcher 1, the women looked far fucking better than most women in games do now.
Yeah, and they actually had full-on art with titties out and everything, and they were not
Yep.
ashamed to do that. Like, there's some weird shame about being female nowadays, where even women who want to be perceived as sexually desirable, that is a bad thing, and they're a bad person.
Well, yeah, because they're betraying their other women friends who are munters.
Yeah, you can't
Like
be better
this
looking than
fucking
them. You
ugly
have to
creep.
downplay your own
Action
attractiveness.
privilege or whatever.
This is one of the major problems in life now, is that women lie to their friends continuously, telling them they're good looking when they know perfectly well they're absolute fucking mingers.
What's with that half-melted face?
Look at the jawline on that
Why
one.
does so many trans quote-unquote women look like their face is melting?
No, but what I'm saying is women are constantly gaslighting other women. Yeah, you're
Always-
beautiful.
I
Men will
find
love
it
you
funny
just.
they look-
Men will love you. Men will love you just as you are.
Nice Adam's apple.
No, that dress doesn't make your bum look big.
And that is why I view the men's recreational violence as distinctively better.
I think it's just a very advanced form of warfare. What they're actually doing is they're telling all their friends. You notice it's only the super elite women that are like making all the money from their pretty privilege that are making the money. And there's a everyone beneath them. They're all like, "Oh no, you can't look pretty," and they're all sat there envious of the people at the top.
Of course. Women being cynical to make money.
Makes
Jesus
sense.
Christ, no.
I mean,
Yennefer literally is not
that's the
waifu
most,
material.
really. Men or women?
Yennefer is like the worst fucking character. She's such a fucking bitch. Like, she's such a piece of shit in the books.
But she's better than Trish.
It-
Better than fucking Trish.
Trish
Trish?
was much more interesting in the books, but then one of the better characters I think is Shani, but
No.
you don't get to see her very well in the games.
No.
First thing I
You're
heard
never gonna
about
face-
Trish was that she spent the half of a book disfiguring herself because she wanted to draw. Maybe I'm remembering.
She didn't really make a big deal about wanting to have a child, I don't think.
Well, Yennefer.
What?
Hmm.
No.
She
it's
did
not
in the
really
TV series, but it's not really in the books that much.
It's not in the books, no.
Like, that was
It's
one
not
of the
her
things I
motivator.
really didn't like about the TV series, because they kind of made it a bit like, oh, they took away my choice, and like really feminist. It's like, you literally made the choice. You're like, fucking strap me in and do it. I'm gonna kick your ass if you don't, kind of thing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can't even keep consistent in your own story, Netflix.
She's kind of a bitch in the series, yeah. The funny thing is that it's like, I want everything! That's the thing I remember most from the series. Like, every fucking woman, I want
It's such a hyper feminist propaganda, though. And then there's that other scene at the end where she uses a fucking fire. She doesn't do that in the book.
No.
And like why are you giving her all this power and making her lead like the general? Why are you making her do the final thing to save the day? I mean, that's all fucking bollocks. You've just made it up to empower the character for no reason. She doesn't need to be empowered. She kicks ass later on in her own ways in the book. Like, so it's irritating.
Yeah, but that's too long to wait, remember? We need her powerful now.
Well, even in the episode where they deal with the golden dragon, in that section, she nearly gets tied up and they threaten to rape her, and she later on goes back and kicks the shit out of the people because she's like, I want some fucking vengeance now.
Yeah.
But they don't even cover that properly. She doesn't have anything happen to her, and she randomly states, "Oh yeah, the leader guy, he's mine." Like, why? You haven't built up the tension that makes her want to do that. There's no motivation. You've just plucked it out of your ass.
Yeah, but having her threaten to be raped would have been triggering for some people.
Oh yeah. Well, like, not like, cutting people's heads off and stuff is triggering, or setting fire to them. Oh no, men are fine. Men are fine to set fire to and all.
I mean, it
Oh, yeah.
would be
Oh, they are.
okay if rape she was like, I mean, perhaps around 10. Then it would be
Have you
okay
watched-
in Netflix.
have you wa-
at least.
Have you watched any of the new
I mean,
seasons?
as we discussed earlier, this is all about
Only
what
episode
we're
one.
No, I
talking about
haven't.
right now is a social construct.
Episode 1 was a bit weird because obviously there's like Ciri for some reason is there with Geralt at the time when they're meeting that Nelly, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I can never pronounce his fucking name. And obviously,
Well,
there's also the weird thing that obviously Geralt
I'm
and
kind of forgetful.
Ciri met
Why
in
did
Brooklyn
she
Forest.
sacrifice her uterus again?
to be hot,
Yeah, basically. To be
Oh,
hot.
right.
which is really based.
Fair trade.
But yeah, like Ciri and Geralt are meant to have met in Brooklyn Forest, but they
Mm.
don't meet in Brooklyn Forest. Cirilla runs away to some town, then gets attacked. There's all this stuff with her screaming that doesn't happen in the book. She doesn't discover those powers until later. And it's just like they have no pacing. They're desperate to tell you that the female characters are powerful and like every opportunity they can, and it's just kind of like if you go with the story does itself it does that much better than anything you can come up with.
Yeah.
Hey, I have to ask about something. You guys remember I think it is the grandmother of Yennefer or something. No, not Yennefer. Ciri. You know the chick who,
Yeah.
the queen or
Why
king or
not?
something?
Queen Calanthe.
Huh?
Queen Calanthe.
Yeah.
Planting.
Was she that much of a butch lesbian?
No,
In the
No,
book?
she was hard as fuck.
she was hard as fuck, and she ends up flirting with like Geralt quite happily,
Yeah.
and he's kind of receptive to it. She's like one of those powerful women that isn't a sorceress that he's into. He's like, yeah, she's kind of hot.
Because I thought that on Netflix, I believe that her character being like fighting. It was I was kind of doubting that was something from the book, but I haven't
Oh, she was
I
very
haven't
fighty, but
gotten into them yet.
she was very fighty, but that was like because she was kind of like a warrior queen.
Yeah.
But that's why
Cool.
Geralt respected her.
Well, it's nice to know they actually make a character like that isn't just baked in. I mean, it was a Netflix show, so I was kind of expecting, oh look, they did it again. Didn't expect the source material to be like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this has no relation, of course, to what's going on here.
Olympic.
What? You mean we're talking off topic?
When are we not?
We never do that.
Never happens on this podcast.
You guys do that for like
no.
3
We
hours
always
one
stick
time.
to the point. We never raffle.
What is it? This podcast like fucking
That's
averages
okay.
about 8 hours long. Well, it takes 8 hours to make 3 points.
We also have oil eating ASMR.
Yep.
So that's who's been crinkling in my ears.
Which is a bit different to what we had last time, which was an oil sleeping ASMR.
Sometimes.
Unfortunately,
He did it again?
No, he's done it just the one time, but
I'm back on my headset.
Oh, okay.
Like a little scrub is annoying.
It's because I don't
That's one of
respect.
the funniest fucking things ever.
Chat.
It's because I don't respect you or our listeners.
we know.
The fact that she hasn't faced a wall in that country is very surprising, according to Prime Night.
So getting back to this swimmer. So the actual female swimmers have spoken out about them, recalling a brag by the champion that made their teammates furious. So the 22-year-old has faced massive backlash for his success because he previously was a man. Oh wait, he still is. Which has of course led the teammates to complain to their coach. Pretty much.
Is anyone really surprised that they haven't fully transitioned though?
Of course not.
Yeah, I mean, is he wearing a swimsuit?
Can you see the?
Does he cock?
Presumably, they could just point out and go, "Look, there is his cock and ball."
Let's
No
see
amount
if
of
this
fucking
comes
in-
up.
Right.
So, of course, obviously, pissed off parents have demanded that the college sports association change the rules that permit them to be there, which is unfucking surprising. Can anyone see anything sticking out about this photo?
Why do I have
they
to
put
look
white
for
over
it?
the
I
pool so you
don't
can't
want
see. It was actually jumping into a concrete, so.
There's a mini bell.
Hmm.
There's a bulge.
Yes, because it's not a woman.
Is that a woman? I can't tell anymore. They could be bald 50-year-old men for all I know.
What the hell is that?
Is that a man? It says an
How would we
anomalous
ever know?
female Yupen swimmer, like under that guy's profile.
It's almost 2022 after all.
That's the coach pictured.
Oh, okay. So he's definitely not trans.
Well, he might be.
How do you know that?
He
But-
doesn't know it yet, but he
It
will
might
be.
be a he, sir, that.
They go by he, him. So we don't know if they're trans or if they've transitioned from being a woman, or we'll never know, because it's not like you can't. It's not like you can just do a DNA test and tell whether someone's a man or a woman.
Oh, I know, no, he couldn't possibly do that. It's not like when their bones are in the ground and a fucking archaeologist digs them up that they couldn't identify them from the shape of their hips.
Well, give it 10 years. They'll be
How
appreciating.
dare you be
the
so
context of their
transphobic?
hubris.
Sorry that forensic anthropology is so transphobic. It's awful. God. Like, I literally have no
Billy
problem.
Blogs, she had to put a lot of effort into tucking it.
I have literally no problem with a person wanting to transition and identify a certain way. Fair enough. But this fetishization of it,
Yeah.
Oh God, what is that noise?
It's oil eating, of course.
Oil ASMR.
Oil needs to learn to mute himself. He's fucking...
Never. I only meet Harry.
He never does that because the oil just doesn't know how to use the mute button.
Oh, I know how to use it plenty well. Don't worry.
Well, you can use it on the people, but not on you. You don't understand the concept. Use yourself? What?
No, everything I do is worth listening to. Incidentally, Harry did ask me to remind you all that he would like you all individually to send him one high-quality piece of hentai per day.
Do you specify what kind of hentai? Like
That's
furry, bestiality, gay?
He just said he'd like to see.
Like, what's the
like
tentacle
the-
policy here?
He just said he'd like to see as much
Ain't
hentai as
you in charge
possible.
of the server?
He just said he'd like to see as much hentai as possible. And if every individual person could send him one high quality piece of hentai per day, that would be ideal.
Harry's typing.
Why not just go on this anime titty section? There's a lot of stuff there.
That oil guy, fuck off. Oh, that's not very nice.
You little shit.
Do it.
Ugh.
I recently watched the Spider-Man movie, and I was reminded, with great power comes great responsibility. You're calling me a man.
Of course.
You seem to have upset Harry.
That does seem to have been a final straw, doesn't it?
But is that really that difficult though? I mean, we're talking about the guy who thinks that singing birthday songs is simping. So you know.
Yeah,
No, I agree with Harry on this point. Singing "Happy Birthday" to her was simping as fuck, and you should be ashamed of yourselves if you're involved. Harry and I agree on that much.
Okay, so getting back to our trainee swimmer.
Never.
Oh shit.
So
We did it again.
the parents of 10 swimmers banded together in October as the trainees' advantage became clear. I think that transgender people have a right to compete. Nah. But they need to have their own league. Nah. One of the mothers told the Daily Mail. Being fair to one group of people shouldn't take rights away from another group. That's correct. The NCAA obviously didn't think much about the rules they set. Of course not. They just want to be woke, not fair. It's not fair to the women on the team, and it's
we
not...
have the Olympics. We have the Women Olympics. I mean, female Olympics. We have the Paralympics. Why not just make tranny Olympics? And then, for the top of it all, the Drug Olympics.
Well, the Drug Olympics, sure, but the trainees should all just compete in the Men's Olympics. Problem fucking solved.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious answer is we just get rid of women's sport. Everyone keeps going, oh god, oh no, this will be the end of women's sport. This will be the end of women's sport. Literally, who gives a shit? Who's watching this women's sport? Do you know what I mean?
Women's sport.
Yeah, well, women. Like, I mean, seriously, who gives a fuck? Doesn't sound like much of a problem to me. That's all I'm saying.
Curiosity for curiosity's sake, who is Harry upset about simping over what?
Oh, it's Sophie, the
Danish girl.
Oh, cute Danish girl. All right.
See,
Oh, you're simping now, for fuck's sake.
Said she's cute. I'm not gonna have a fucking
Danish girl. She's just a Danish.
Acknowledging the attractiveness or not attractiveness is essentially simping.
Pointing out that it's sunny outside, is that simping for the sky?
Yes. Tag it.
How's your beard growing back?
The definition has changed.
Pretty good.
Pray it doesn't change any further.
Yeah. Yeah. You should acknowledge her for her intellect and wit, not for her relative attractiveness.
Billy Blogs asks...
Oh, she's smart enough to be very distressed about being in the LGBT bookstore, so I will absolutely acknowledge that.
Okay, if you faggots can stop arguing about the virtues of a woman...
That really is more or less the argument.
Wow,
Billy Blogs asks an actually relevant question. He asks, what about women's beach volleyball or maybe gymnastics? It's directed at all, but I'm going to answer. Those aren't sports, that's entertainment for men.
He's saying that shit Harry's saying about me being
You
a
say
man.
it like it's a bad thing, Bazik.
Oh no, it's not a bad
Where's
thing, it's
the
just not
end
sport.
Listen, I'm just saying, volleyball shorts are very important.
Oh, live show. There's an angry Harry here.
Yes,
I'm
there is.
I think I'm genuinely upset, Harry.
You should just
Doesn't-
where Harry hosts it the entire time.
I think Harry doesn't. The problem is Harry doesn't understand the concept between asking somebody to do something and making a joke about getting somebody to do something. No one's actually going to send them hentai.
Well,
Everybody else obviously
really
knows
wanna
it's a
take
joke.
that?
have you seen how many Spurgs are in this place?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
It's like 90% burgers from here.
Like I said, do you really want to take the bet that nobody is willing to send him hentai?
No, somebody already has. That's the point of the joke. This already
has.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Of course it has. It's the Sultans of fucking Shadilay. It's spurs
the whole
everywhere.
That was the whole joke. This event has already occurred.
Just reminds me of the high ground meme with Anakin and so on.
Yeah.
It's over, Anakin. I've already sent him hentai.
Yeah. Except on the Sultans, morally speaking, there is no high ground, so it's not possible.
It's just one big fucking flat.
Yeah, no, there is no high ground to be had.
Yeah. It's like a unicorn in our area. It's just one big
Fractal
flat.
is as tall as Harry is not a weeb. That's pretty good.
Oh shit.
I can attest to the fact that Fractal is in fact extremely tall.
Wait, Weebury is now connected to height?
No, it's
No,
a comparison.
Fractal is in fact extremely tall and makes me feel like a small child.
Oh. Wait, Fractals is 6'5"?
Yeah. Easy.
Hey.
I'm just 6.
He's a big guy. You should see his penis.
Who gave him the right to be tall?
Your mum.
Well, that's funny because I come from a family of shorties. I'm one of the tallest fuckers in my family.
What was I going? Fuck the Jedi is like as tall as you.
I don't want him.
Yeah. To be fair, if that Jedi wanted to fuck you, Trim, there's nothing you could do about it.
What?
The Jedi is easily as tall as you.
Oh god. Look at live shows.
Oh, is Base doing it now? Oh god, Base did it.
Look at live shows.
Well done, Base. I'm proud of you.
Speaking of jokes,
Oh,
never do it.
he's my favorite monkey.
Oh my god.
Blocked.
Jesus Christ.
It's smelling fucking eggs out here.
Fuck.
Fucking course, Franklin sent some furry archive.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how long it takes Harry to block literally every user on the Discord. Just want to remind him I haven't sent him any hentai.
You haven't sent him any hentai yet.
I haven't got any to send.
Yeah.
It's free.
Just go to rule34.org.
I'm too boomery to be able to. Too boomery to be able to do it. I have to look at my pornography the old-fashioned way. I have to find I have to find individual pages of it fluttering around the forest. Really.
I mean, you could just literally Google it and just send the site.
No, this is the American guy doesn't understand. It's very British. It's a very British thing. This weekend.
Random.
Mm.
So what you're telling me is that we need to send you hentai so you can send it to Harry.
No. That's definitely not. Oh shit!
That's absolutely what he just said.
No.
Okay, guys, you heard it. Boyle needs some help here.
What have I done?
You know exactly what you've done.
Grave.
As I was explaining to somebody earlier, really, if I want pornography, I just generally look in a mirror.
There we go. Just found some random shit.
Straight into the depths of my own eyes.
I'm going to block all of you.
Let me just have a little look at this Rule 34.
If Harry blocks everybody on the server, will he just be on the server on his own at all times?
Yeah, that'd be quite funny. This is pretty weak. Is this really? This is it. This is what you're upset about? Oh, yeah, this is barely even degenerate. Oh no! Wait a second.
It's kind of
Are
weird,
you
but it's
telling me
not
we haven't-
anything weird.
How are you telling me we haven't had Allspark commissioned to do Rule 34 of Harry yet?
He hasn't commissioned to do Rule 34, but
is
I'll leave that
too
alone for now.
expensive for any person here.
Well, hang on. He hasn't done the Rule 34 of Harry. But...
Oh, do go on.
Not so much.
Oh man, that's a painful thing to work on.
Well, get it over with.
I'm looking forward to seeing whatever this thing is.
Well, look, Cooper spent a lot of time saying that we should do fanfic, so I've done some fanfic. That's all.
And he's got Trim to illustrate said fanfic.
Yeah, that's all. Look, two things happened.
It's nothing too graphic, luckily though. There's nothing too graphic, but
Cooper wanted fanfic. The Sultans, the Lotus Eaters demanded collaborations. I'm doing collaborations. I've done several collaborations with I've done a collaboration with Trim. I've done a collaboration with our good friend Shadow. That one's on its way as we speak. And yeah, I do collaborations with our content providers, and I think the Lotus Eaters viewers, and the Sultans of Shadilay listeners will enjoy those collaborations because they've been, I've put quite a lot of effort
If I
into.
wasn't such a lazy bastard, I'd open myself up for commissions as well.
Well, interesting. I could probably think of something for you to do. A nice ring.
I wasn't thinking about those kind of commissions, man.
I could pay you to dub over all of Callum's work.
That I could do, and then get Base Ape to edit it every week.
Wait. Dub over Callum with some weeby fucking weeby noise, random animation.
No.
I
Just
need
I'd
someone
pay
to
to
do
see
that.
What I really want
They say, please.
is like what I really want is like the podcast on like a 5-second delay, where Jim Cormoran just like if you were translating it in the EU,
Yeah.
where the headsets and they translate. You just essentially translate Callum into actual words that people understand. I think that would be I'd quite enjoy that.
I mean, I could.
Okay,
hear
me out. Hear me out on this one. This is the thing that I hope Base Safe will do. But imagine just taking Callum and then in the regular podcast, the other one talks normally, right? But Callum is always some kind of weeby noises. Hentai, regular anime, YouTube, whatever, something that is just completely, weeby to the max. And just dub it Kawaii Callum or some shit like that.
You can use the Kawaii filter on him like they do in TikTok or whatever it is, like Snapchat has him.
Yes, and add some kind of fucking rosy cheeks or some shit.
And I'm learning Japanese, so I could do occasional sounds like "sugoi, sugoi."
I have to agree with Harry. The furry hentai the history has sent me is pretty degenerate.
I'm sorry, but including him walking off to take a piss is pretty fucking based.
I thought you needed some material, so I figured I'd give you something to work with. Figured you might like it.
What is this?
I think they probably.
Oh god, this is disgusting, student.
But yeah, I'll have to wait until my mic is fixed.
Why the fuck are
I'm
you
happy to do
printing
some fun
art
stuff.
fanfics? Not Siege is fucking printing fanfiction between Arch and Kibbs. This is fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
The breeding. There's a meme
has
in
gone,
the bickering bunch.
This
There's
is
a
going
meme in
very
the bickering
downhill.
bunch that it's like everybody breeds Kyle. It's like give cheeks. I'm loving these spurs.
Oh, jeez.
We have the worst. I don't know if we have the best viewership or the worst.
I can't help but feel that
We
the
have the
statistics
best of
side
the
the load
worst.
Honestly, it's like this Discord was specifically designed to collect and trap spurgs.
We should rename it instead of Sultans of Shadilay. It's just the Spurg Trap.
It's like
Sultans
That's
of
the
Spurgery.
actual name of Sultans of Shadilay to cover.
honestly, I'm actually beginning to think it's a funneling program for an MK Ultra. Just collecting up spurgs for a future MK Ultra project.
Oh, Christ.
If anybody comes on this and
You
offers
never
you
get
any
one.
money to blow up anything, it's definitely an FBI trap.
Don't trust
Absolutely.
the glow post.
Absolutely do what they
Yeah.
say, because they'll
Yeah,
offer you
yeah,
another
do
way.
it. Yeah.
I'm not a glowy.
Honest.
Yeah. No.
Well, according to some people on this server, half of us are glowies.
Yeah. Well, I think that is
Oh,
actually.
I've- I've been accused
I
of
mean,
that
I
before.
wouldn't be surprised if I was a glowy at this point. You know.
Oh, Trim, did you notice in yesterday on Friday's Lotus Eaters your nemesis appeared again?
Ah, yes,
Yeah, he
the other
did.
boat chef.
The other boat chef.
The other boat chef.
One of our
I
earliest
chuckled when I
boat
heard it.
chefs.
The only way that this can be sorted out is with home gun.
With home gun?
Home gun? Home gun? What's the one where you fight?
fight.
in
Home
the
gun.
sticks? Oh, yeah, all right.
Home gun. Home gun.
Home gun. Home gun. Yeah.
Home gun. Home gun. It sounds like you're trying to say Hong Kong, but somebody grabs your balls midway.
I think he was trying to say
Home gun.
hoedown or something, like a dance off.
No, they fight amongst. Is it sticks of you or is it stick? I can't remember. Is it ash or you?
Home gun is basically choose your weapon, now kill the other guy.
Yeah, but you fight in the square, right?
Yeah.
They lay out sticks. I can't remember. Viking fight, basically.
Yeah. Duel with punt guns?
Punt. Oh yeah. That's correct.
Oh my.
Did you know that
Okay,
legal
just
to own in America?
paddle 10 times and then turn around and shoot.
No. Yeah, one on each boat. Boat chef.
Whenever he brings up that story.
Fucking Leo and his punt.
Fucking fight on top of a rowboat.
I can't decide what happens more often. Leo mentions his punt gun, or Harry, not Harry,
Harry,
no, is it Tom? It goes, needless to say.
Actually, that's one of the things I've noticed in the writing from Hugo. He often says "indeed" at the start of sentences.
Yeah. Is Tom the? Yeah, I think it must be Tom. Because
The
John's
newest
the
guy is
denim
John.
one.
John's denim.
Yeah, he's the one in the denim. But the other guy that was either just before or just after Harry, is that Tom?
Oh God.
They're all a bit insipid, so
talking
it's hard
about
to
the-
tell.
You talking about
It's
the
hard to
blonde
keep
guy
up,
with
you know?
facial hair or without?
The one without facial hair.
I think he might.
Anyway,
be
Isn't
talking
Harry
like
the one
Thomas,
with
yeah.
I think it's Tom, but he says needless to say every other sentence. absolutely annoying as fuck.
Oh. I like every time. Was it Leo the comedian?
Yeah, Leo's the comedian.
Leon.
Yes, Leo's a comedian.
Yeah. I just like how it just
for a given
embraces
value of
talk about it fun.
That bothers me because he's like,
Oh, by the way, my
anymore."
father or whatever. His father? Who had the punt gun? Was his father or his
It's
uncle?
his father.
Generated his own Lotus Eaters meme. Yeah, it's pretty good.
But it's also wrong because
Well,
punt
I
guns
don't
aren't
believe you
illegal
have
in the
it
States.
done.
You just can't use them for hunting.
I was gonna say,
John, have you
ironically legally
the difference
own a
between a
cannon.
vagina and a
Cloaca? A cracker?
cloaca?
Firstly, it's cloaca.
Wacka.
All
It's
right,
not cloaca, it's cloaca.
All right.
And secondly, I
First.
specifically said vagina for a reason.
Why?
I mean, check Artwall if you want to know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm looking at it.
Someone has been a bit too into bestiality, I hear. Stop it.
That just looks like a pencil drawing of you designing your own furry suit.
This is what I aspire to become, basically.
What? Artwall?
Shed your
should I
cormorant
put that
and become a crow.
Actually, I gotta see if I can draw a cormorant at some point. I've never tried.
Are they particularly visibly different between crows and?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure
cormorants
that-
have a much longer neck. They have a completely different bill shape. They live in a different location. They eat fish for a start. Like crows don't typically eat anything but like carrion generally, bugs, that kind of thing. They're different birds.
So
entirely.
you'll be a blood-spitting crow with burning eyes.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's meant to be possessed, to be fair.
There you go, base type. Bleach Demon has an idea for you. Has anyone done a cut of Leo saying punt gun?
Oh, good one.
I suggested this to you before.
I want to see him just like you say, take out the word punt only, and just have him
Yeah,
cutting
like-
in like kicking babies or something. Punt, poof, baby gone. Punt, another baby gone.
Well, I just try and get the piece of it. try and clip
Kick
it
the
so it's
baby.
more. Yeah.
Or like my dad used to own a.
Yeah. I think some careful editing.
Hey guys, you know what we call a crow in Norwegian?
No.
Krok.
I thought you were gonna call them
Yeah,
vermin or something.
No, that's the seagulls.
Mm.
And seagulls we call måke. Or where I'm from, moss. Krok, moss, crow, seagull.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Breakfast.
Did we have a vague point at the beginning of it? I mean, I feel like we probably were
I
talking about.
think it started off with trannies swimming and tucking their nuts in.
I blame Harry for the last hour of this.
Yeah.
Okay, moving
Yeah.
away from the incredibly important to society discussion of why Harry is responsible for the fall of England. Let's look at J.K. Rowling being based for a change.
Oh yeah, for change.
Based
Yeah.
on what?
War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. The penis individual who raped you is a woman.
Yeah.
Can you be penis? I mean that. I mean for
I mean, a woman can be penis
That seems
when
like-
she is having intercourse with a man, right?
I mean,
Technically.
No, but I mean, that just seems like bad grammar for a world class.
Well, I
From
think
a
it's
novelist.
written poorly on purpose. But yes.
Some real echo going on.
Yeah, it's coming from based.
Echo.
Sorry.
Just weird.
So,
Wait,
I've-
is Bay safe here?
yeah, he's hanging around.
Somewhere.
Alright. You do the Calm thing, right? I need it to happen.
You're going to end up getting me banned from the Lotus Eaters.
Well, they've already disavowed me. So
A
you
worthy
need to help me.
sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure they disavowed me a few months ago when I made the argument that England in fact did not win the War of 1812.
Well, we should go back
so
and
might-
try
might do
again.
that one.
Finish the job this time.
Best of luck.
Yeah. Burn
Anyway.
that Christmas tree.
So we have actually on topic for a change. We have an opinion piece in The Sun by Mercy Moroki. Shame on the Hollywood virtue signalers cancelling J.K. Rowling over her bleeding obvious views on gender. It is not often that an author's name becomes as famous as that of their greatest literary creation. J.K. Rowling has managed that. Sorry, go
To
on.
be fair, Mercy's pretty based. Mercy,
Mercy is based.
For those who don't know, she is the GB News presenter.
Yes. Well, we can
I
tell
have
that
no idea what that is.
you can tell that she's not on the left because she's attractive.
That is true. I agree with you there.
I wouldn't call her attractive.
Well, compared to leftists.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'm attractive compared to leftists.
Well, that is actually
particularly
true.
Harry Ballsack.
And that's on a good day.
Oil's beard stretches down to his crotch.
Yeah.
So Vulcan,
Oiled
Vulcan. Just as a minor point, Vulcan has actually braided his chest hair and his beard together.
I'm still trying to grow my beard out to Vulcan's level. It's nowhere near growing.
And
fast,
it's
man. Plait it then.
just. Well, Vulcan was on the chat the other day with his shirt off because I don't know, he'd come home from work or something, and the guy's jacked out of his. Do you know what he looks like? You know, like if Rick and Morty show an old guy. Vulcan's Rick and Morty old man jacked.
It's making you feel a
Oh,
certain
God.
kind of way there, Oil.
Well, no,
A little
you know what
bit.
he's doing it
A
for.
little
He's
bit.
doing it to
It's
mess
got-
with
it's-
he's doing it to mess
it's
with
got
every
that
feminist.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure, that's exactly what he's doing. But he does smell of tweed as well, which is obviously a very sexually alluring scent as well. So
Oh yeah, that and musk.
The
Musk
fuck
is
is
also apparently really
tweed?
alluring. I don't know why. Or the scent of
Yeah.
sweat, as long as it's not like filthy, but like light sweat. Apparently
Yeah.
that's really good. And wood.
Yeah,
woody
Vulcan would
smells.
get it. That's basically the story.
Wow. At least that's a strong admission from you there, Oil. I'd give it to him. Hell yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what he'd get, but he'd get it.
That is up for consideration
Pro-
until you meet
pro-
that individual.
Probably the same sort of disappointing evening the girl who came round last night got.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me that you're gonna get Trim to do some fan art for you.
Wait a second, now you're fucking talking.
Prices will increase.
Yeah, I mean, Trim, I have a feeling that you can increase your prices all you want. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference to me.
I feel like somebody's still gonna pay
As
for
long
it.
as I make money, I don't give a fuck.
If I want it made, it's getting made. That's fucking that's the be all and end all of it.
Oh, we'll see. We'll fucking see.
I'm looking forward to this now. I wanna see how this goes.
God damn it. Stop giving him
Yeah.
ideas, for fuck's sake.
But I'm so
I
full
mean,
of good ones.
If you can refuse the money if you want, but somebody nearby you will accept the money to make you do it. So get the
I'm
old
not gonna say no
Norwegian
to money.
get the old
I'm
Norwegian.
not gonna say
mafia
no
involved.
to money. Oh shit. Wait, so either you pay me or you bribe the mob to pay me.
Yeah,
Fuck.
that's how I do
Do it.
That's how I
Fucking
achieve everything.
Oh, so that's
Make you
why
an-
the guy disappeared.
Make you an offer you can't refuse.
You kneecaps or $100?
I mean,
Your choice.
when you're off the ship, it gives you a great opportunity to just start a new career. Just being a porn artist, just full on drawing hentai all the time.
Yes,
You'll hate
you
yourself.
draw. You draw.
At least you'll
Believe
be money.
me,
You draw me
right fucking now, I'm considering it.
CS. It's
For
CS Cooper
external fucking
hentai.
reasons.
You make the CS Cooper hentai, or you.
Oh god, you turn one of his entire novels into just a full hentai start to
it.
finish.
What? God.
Beast.
Can we go back to the tranny swimmers now, please? I don't like where
Yes.
this is going.
Can we stay on topic for 5 fucking minutes?
Never. Never. Refuse.
Can I at least get through a fucking paragraph then? I'll read fast, I promise.
Why do you keep inviting me on your stupid show?
You're allowed to read on this show?
Reading is I don't know, transphobic or something,
Fuck it, why not?
or racist. It's probably racist. It's probably racist.
Reading is definitely white supremacy.
Yeah.
Well, good thing we're all white then, as far as I know.
Well, one of us is black, but that bastard has feathers.
Definitely one of us is.
It doesn't count if they've got feathers.
No.
Wait. Am I being singled out here?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
This isn't
Bad
just
boy.
racism, it's speciesism. That's a hard word to
Yes.
say with a beak.
Just like my view of the Chinese. What?
Fuck.
Okay, get to the
If I had a
point.
beak-
Get to the
I have to say,
goddamn.
if I had a beak, I would avoid the Chinese. Just in case.
Fair enough.
I wonder what that thing is like.
Right.
Tendency
So-
to do lunch. Okay.
The real-life Monica responds for an £820 million fortune is being gently and sinisterly erased. In the trailer for the latest Fantastic Beasts movie, based on her Harry Potter spin-off book, Rowling's name is virtually non-existent. As film Bible The Hollywood Reporter put it, it would take some kind of magic to spot. The 2018 promo of The Crimes of Grindelwald, the trailer featured prominent J.K. Rowling invites you. 3 years on, and The Secrets of Dumbledore simply says Warner Bros. Invites you instead. JK's name is demoted to a tiny credit on the trailer's last frame.
I would sue them.
The
I'd sue the
price
fuck
of-
out of them and be like, no, you've got to reprint this with my name on it in the right place, or you're not going to
Amen.
use this. I'd be like, this is my intellectual property. You have no fucking rights.
I'm pretty
I
sure
do.
she was smart enough to keep the IP rights, so she could just go, you know what, I have chosen to alter the deal, go fuck yourselves.
Fucking full on Darth Vader.
I just think the
Because of
important
Darth
thing to
Vader.
remember is anything she writes is canon.
Yep.
Like I said before, just
On
write another
paper,
book,
on Twitter.
write another book,
Canon.
and just annihilate them. Make Hagrid a paedophile.
You're really into pedophile Hagrid for some reason. Is this some childhood
Yeah,
I
trauma?
shouldn't have told you that, Harry.
get Neville Longbottom to transition and then rape Hermione at a reunion party in the bathroom. Give Moaning Myrtle something to really moan about. You know, it's not like I've thought about this or anything much, but you know, it's just nuke their
Harry
whole
Potter
idea.
and the Chamber of Fate.
Just basically, she's had all her money. She's had all the money out of it. She's gonna get most likely.
Harry
Might as
Potter,
well
the
just
philosopher's boner.
just ruin it for the millennials now. Just make it so so it's just impossible for them to watch it. Moist.
maybe even add in a appearance of Kyle Rittenhouse, only that he, instead of an AR-15, holds some kind of magic wand that makes pedophiles explode.
Based Ape says in chat, I once thought about creating a playlist of the Sultans of Shadilay podcast with all the dead air and random chat cut I figure you could get a solid 10-minute video out of it.
Easily,
Yeah.
I'm not lying.
And
No.
what's your fucking point?
Yeah, there is a lot of dead silence between us sometimes.
A lot of work, though.
Yeah.
Lazy.
I mean, I'd rather have a oil guy snooze compilation.
Wasn't that like a 5-hour thing he did? He just fell asleep at the beginning and just all the way out.
I still need to just do a highlight clip of oil snoozing.
Plenty of it about. Usually about once a week now.
That's Snoozy guy.
So, J.K. Rowling's views on gender are simply too much for the thin-skinned section of hardcore trans activists and all their supposed allies to bear. They were in her face again last week after she used her Twitter account to mock a strategy by Police Scotland to log rapes by trans men as rapes by women if the attacker identifies as female. The force has confirmed it will do this even in cases where those men do not have gender recognition certificates, i.e. they are still legally men.
Huh.
Oh, JK, you fucking
I'm more
monster.
surprised he got through it, actually. But yeah, rapist women. Wait, isn't in England, isn't it only rape if you penetrate?
I don't think so.
Would it mean then if a woman put on a strap on?
Women
What
can't.
is
That's
penetrative?
forced penetration. It's forced penetration.
Yeah.
That's the definition, as far as I know.
Oh. Does it have to be meat or does it also work as plastic? Or what if they
No,
use
it
a
works
cucumber?
with objects as well. So
All
if you
right.
have an object shoved up your ass, yeah.
Something goes in the out hole.
Yeah. I mean, forced is a strong word.
I mean, you're into it, but
I mean, wasn't there that guy recently from England that fell on a piece of field artillery or something like that?
Foul.
It was just a. It was just a. It was just a.
Quote unquote.
I mean, it was just a. It was just a. Inert World War I mortar round.
I guess a happy accident, you could call it.
Whatever we could call it.
Oh,
Yeah.
found it.
What?
You
I found
a
the
piece of artillery.
article.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I don't think there'd be too much in the way of search results if you tried to look for it.
Oh,
Guy shoves shell up ass. Actually,
Yep.
that might give.
lodged in.
Oh god, that's funny.
Jeez.
I'm not sure which of these I prefer.
Oh,
Holy shit, he's transitioned into a crow.
Where the fuck does this guy come from?
He's one of my emotes.
No. Those are my ones.
Ah.
Play Far Cry 6. all the talk of the trans women in it have made me interested in it again.
I love the fact that Bezek's put me in culture creator next to Bearing, and I've never seen Bearing come online.
He's been online
been
like
around.
twice.
Probably too
We
busy dealing
spoke
with
to
his
him.
kid.
I've spoken to him briefly. Can't remember
Like I
Slagging
produce
him
no
off.
content. He actually has a YouTube channel that produces stuff, and I'm on the same level. Wonderful.
Well, back
I
when
mean,
he
you say he produces stuff.
back when he was
Yeah.
sick and taking time off and not doing anything in real life because again sick, he'd come and hang out in chat.
That was cool.
I'm still waiting. Yeah, it's been 2 years. I'm still waiting for my Trumpy Bear videos. So.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen either.
Oh. Well, time is actually starting to run out for me here. I got some shit I have to do.
You're gonna
So,
die.
it's nice chatting to you guys, and hope you have a wonderful day. Talk to you later.
See ya.
Take it easy,
See
Trey.
you later.
Sure, dude.
See ya.
I'm just spamming. Ignore me.
Okay, what else do we have? We have those fucking teachers grooming kids again.
To be fair, if they don't stop grooming kids, we're going to run out of things to talk about. So some kids are just going to have to take it for the team.
You know, I'm gonna level with you. I'm happy. I'd be happy to not talk.
Also, if I was honest, probably some kids are asking for it.
Oh, damn.
Have you seen that skirt they're wearing?
Oh,
Well, I mean, there was the story in my town of a girl who graduated high school and then all of a sudden was with one of the teachers.
Oh.
Mm.
That, to be fair, happened in my school. The guy actually left his wife for her.
Yeah.
I just
And then
realized
we're
I
like,
can have
"Oh, no,
the
no,
gift of my
we-
profile picture. Holy shit.
We got together after nothing was happening when she was a student. It was only after she left school that this happened. It was like,
Definitely.
yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's have a look at this bullshit from those crazy teachers. So, the conference they were talking at was a sold-out conference billed as 2021 LGBTQ plus issues conference beyond the binary identity and imagining possibilities. Jesus Christ.
Have you considered making a longer name?
Yeah, but lefty things always sound like that because they can't just say. They've got to get all their fucking jargon into it, so it makes it impossible to give it just a snappy name to anything. Which is good because it very easily helps you identify what is lefty fucking shit.
If you start nodding off halfway through the name of something, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's their plan. If people are so fucking bored they don't get past the start, when they get to chapter 3 and start talking about how to molest your children, everyone will be asleep. Who doesn't actually want to learn that?
It forces you to read the Spark Notes.
Mm-hmm.
No, what now?
The TLDR.
So the event notice posted on the website asked teachers, do you have the courage to create a safe environment that fosters bravery to explore sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression? Kids shouldn't be doing those things, you fucking child molesters.
Well, how old are the kids we're talking about?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, it depends on what you're calling a kid, isn't it?
Well, how about 7th grade?
What's that in real money?
Like 13.
13.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I had smashed my older brother's girlfriend when I was 13.
Yes,
So,
but this is teachers
Do you guys
encouraging
still
you
talk?
to cut your dick off.
oh yeah, no, that's different. But
Do you guys still
Very
talk?
big
Oh,
difference.
I'm just saying, not all of us were fucking virgins till we were, like 22 or something. You know?
Indeed.
No, I completely get that, but that's not what we're talking
So,
about.
so some of us were crushing puss. That's all.
Yes, but again, it's probably not appropriate if the teacher watches and instructs.
Depends on whether she's hot.
Oof.
I'm just saying there's
Considering-
nuance to some of this.
Well,
I'm just
considering
saying
the
there's nuance
ratio
to some of this
of
stuff.
considering the ratio of good-looking female teachers to teachers who end up sleeping with their students.
I just think there's nuance. To I would definitely have smashed Miss Ritchie. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody's got one.
So I just skipped through a bunch of stuff that the Lighter Seed has already covered, because while I am stealing their sources, there's no point stealing
There's
all
a
their work.
list.
It's our turn.
Yep. Well, that's it. It's a nice change from them stealing our shit. So we have some materials that were handed out at the California Pedophile Association's Teachers Association LGBT training. So the Gender Unicorn, the Gender Unicorn, a graphic by the Trans Student Educational Resources.
Yikes.
Yep. To learn more, go to transstudent.org/gender. Gender identity: female, woman, girl, male, man, boy, or other genders. Then you've got gender expression: feminine, masculine, or other. Then you have sex assigned at birth. It's not assigned at birth, you fucking idiots. It's readily apparent. Female, male, and other /intersex. Physically attracted to women, men, and other mental illnesses. Emotionally attracted to women, men, or the mentally ill. So then, of course, we've got 15 gender identity terms you need to know to build an inclusive workspace. Gender identity. And one of the things they say, your sex is assigned to you at birth based on your genitalia. Gee, I wonder if that's because it's worked quite well for the last 200,000 fucking years.
Want to know how you have a nice inclusive workplace? Follow 3 rules. Show up, work, leave.
But apparently that's too much to ask for. And here's another example of how useless they are at defining words. Queer is a sort of catch-all term used by many people in the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual community. You can't use the word to define itself, you fucking lunatics. That's not how language works.
Yeah, they are basically morons.
Yeah, well, you've got to be. Pro tip, if it has a penis, it's a man. If it doesn't have a penis, well, that's when things get confusing.
Yeah, it might be the other flavor.
Yeah, so then they go on to define things like cisgender or cishet, which means normal. But they don't say that. Then they have non-binary, which is an umbrella term for assorted mental illnesses. Sorry, that's not what they say, but it's what they mean. Then they have genderqueer, which is And apparently genderqueer and non-binary are somehow in need of both existing?
Ah, this stuff gets very annoying.
Then there's transgender, and then there's gender non-conforming. So, not only are you a femboy, you're too much of a coward to cut your dick off.
The problem is, there's also this stuff like they have non-binary and they conflate non-binary with transgender. So like Blair White was talking about, like the idea that non-binary people are the same as someone who considers himself actually transgender and has gone through the operation. It completely raises the experience of someone who has had to go through the operation to identify as trans, but they're conflated because it's just easier. So even they can't stick to their own fucking rules and use the right terminology because it's just easier not to, because there's so many different names.
Yep.
It's just stupid.
And then we have gender fluid, so a gender identity that isn't fixed but varies over time. Yes, we used to call that being bipolar.
Well, I'm borderline personality disorder, and I'm sure they would tell me that was a sexuality at this point.
Literally. Then we have intersex, which is the only term on here that actually means anything at all. Oh, according to the Right. According to the Intersex Society of North America, 1 in 100 births don't conform to standard definitions of boys and girls. Yeah, I guarantee that's made up using some really fucking bastardized statistics.
Oh, I'd say so.
And then because having non-binary and genderqueer and gender fluid wasn't enough, we now have agender or gender neutral. And then we have gender questioning, which means that you haven't fully committed to your mental illness yet.
Wait. What was that one last one?
Gender questioning.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I like these ones where it's kind of like, oh, you have to be unsure, and being unsure is an identity of its own right. It's like, how? Again, this is what happens when you let mental
Because we
illness
want it to
run.
be.
And like, as someone who suffers a mental illness, this is the worst, because having a mental illness, you want someone to be able to help you, right? But if everyone around you is sitting there saying, hey, you know what? Being mentally ill is good for you. You should carry on being mentally ill. Like, that's the worst possible fucking advice.
Well, yeah, sure. Probably suboptimal.
Well, that's the problem with the left. They've made mental illnesses sexy. So now people don't get fucking treated for their mental disorders. They just put them in their Twitter bios.
They fetishized it.
Yeah, which is really frustrating for those of us that actually have problems. Like, fuck me dead, do you know how... Well, actually, of course you know. The chance of one of you knowing the next one's pretty fucking high. It's really fucking difficult being actually diagnosed autistic nowadays when everyone wants to be autistic because they're fucking all weird. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Somebody referred to me as neurodiverse recently, and I just about punched him in the face.
Fuck that shit. Neurodiverse. I'd rather be called a fucking spastic than neurodiverse. Because at least...
I heard neurodivergent as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind that because it's a technical term that's correct. But
yes.
Only if you're referring to yourself specifically talking about mental illness. Because obviously,
well, this was in terms of being spurgy, and it was like as if I needed some sort of special allowance because I was. It's like I'm not literally the smartest person in the fucking room right now, and you want to give me some extra time. It's like, what the fuck?
I try not to assume I'm the most intelligent because usually that's when someone more intelligent comes along and puts you in your fucking place.
Yeah, I hired the people I know who the smartest guy in the room is.
Clearly,
hired a
John.
bouncer to stop the five people coming in.
Clearly, John, you're hanging out in better rooms than we do.
Well, I dare say. I mean, it does
Oh,
feel
yeah,
like
sure.
that sometimes with the Lotus Eaters because of some of the articles I have to read. They are very, very, very technical, and I'm just there like, I don't have the same technical knowledge. I understand the words they're saying and what they're trying to say, but often it's so specific in language rather than colloquial. So I'm just there like,
Yeah.
oh Christ, how do I translate this in a way that way I say it makes the meaning come through?
Hmm.
If there's a smarter person in the room than me, it's because I've made some sort of terrible mistake.
Usually, the smarter person in the room then has caused that mistake to happen.
No,
It's like a Bond villain.
because I've accidentally.
It's like the
You're
old.
too smart for your own good.
It's like
self-harming.
it's like the old adage. If you're in a fair fight, you've already fucked up.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't want anybody more than sort of like 95% as smart as me in the same room. Oh,
Mm. I don't really go out enough to actually have intellectual conversations with people. Usually, it's nonsense about the weather.
oh, I never have any intellectual conversation. This is as intellectual a conversation as I ever get into.
Oh, it's actually kind of tragic, to be honest.
Those guys that keep coming into the chat, into the live chats, and keep trying to talk about serious things. I'm just not into it.
Is that what you told your wife?
I just came here to troll. I just came here to troll Harry. Fucking stop it. You know, I don't care about your sense of morality.
It used to be difficult because they weren't sure. That sounds like a mess. Yeah, all of these different things. I just past the basic scientific terms. Nah, not interested.
well,
I will
well,
identify a trans person by whatever identity they choose to identify as, provided I actually respect the individual and they've earned that respect. But aside from that, if they're just a piece of shit, why would I ever accommodate them for any reason?
yeah, sure.
Mm.
I'm happy to, in the same way, call a trans person who's an actual person to me and is acting in a sociable way, whatever they want. But that still doesn't change the fact that they are either a man or a woman with a mental illness that has caused their brain to be at odds with their body.
Absolutely. And if I were a trans person myself, I wouldn't want people to say that I wasn't that, because that is part of the identity. That's part of who you are and what you've gone through.
Yes,
It's irritating.
like
Yeah, no. See, I wouldn't say they're all mentally ill.
well,
Definition.
they would have to be. It's
definition.
exactly the same as body dysmorphia. It's just a subset of the crazy people who think that their arm doesn't belong to them and wants to cut it off. It needs to be medicated and have some therapy. The appropriate solution is not cutting penises off.
I don't know, because if you take our friend and Cigar Chad participant, Kimi, who's on the Discord, I'd say that she is extremely rational. I wouldn't call her. I wouldn't call her anything because she'd kick the fuck out of you. But
mental illness doesn't necessarily have
I'd
to be
say she's. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say she was mentally ill. I think that would be unfair to say.
mental
And,
illness would be a subset of one aspect of your mental. Like I'm technically mentally ill, but you can see I can make pretty cogent, cognizant arguments. I'm pretty with it. I'm not one of these people who suddenly.
Yeah, you do think
look
you're
like-
a crow, though. So.
Fuck! Stop telling everyone that. They might believe I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. I'm right, sorry, yeah.
But you know, like being
no,
mentally
no,
ill
but
doesn't
I mean,
necessarily mean you're crazy.
No,
or
yeah, well, we're not
that-
saying mentally ill in an insulting way. We're saying it in the purely scientific manner of this is not how reality works. and your brain disagrees with reality, it is not reality that's at fault, it's your brain. And I do not buy that the solution is cutting penises off. Just in the same way that for people with body dysmorphia, the solution is not cutting their arm off.
Well, I'd say in this particular case, it seems to have been the solution because I mean, we're not talking about somebody who's been trans for like 2 minutes. We're talking about somebody who's been trans for 20 years.
Yeah, I think transitioning sometimes obviously does help alleviate the symptoms, but it doesn't make the illness go away. It just alleviates one of the negative
Yeah,
causes of
it's
if you see what I mean. It's kind of like it's a treatment that does suffice to work,
but
and
it's
it's within our medical knowledge. You have to remember most mental illnesses aren't properly treated in any way. Like even borderline personality like I have is meant to be treated with cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectic behavioral therapy, and those two things help, but they don't treat and make the illness go away. You still suffer the illness, you just get better at coping, and you like there's basically an impulse control disorder as part of what I go through, and they've actually studied the brains of people with BPD and found that the actual part of your brain that controls decision making is actually reduced in size in many cases because it's underdeveloped. It means it's easier for you to actually make impulsive decisions without having the right sort of thought process about it that's generally considered normal. Is what I'm trying to explain.
yeah. And someone who's been trans for 20 years is probably going to have a very different experience than someone who's been trans for 2. As like
Trenders, yeah.
Yeah. And like we haven't even had the opportunity to properly study and see if there is an alternative treatment, because people did stupid shit to the gays to try and cure homosexuality that was just inhumane. And the backlash from that is, oh, we can't do real research on alternative treatments for for what is it? For gender dysphoria. Because gender dysphoria is the mental illness, or at least it used to be before they decided that having it in the DSM was offensive.
I mean, I get it. It's a fairly complicated subject in itself, and obviously, like I said, it's not meant with the intention of saying it in an insulting manner. It's literally just if you're looking at what would be considered a normal, like literally the neurotypical behaviors, then you're actually going to start seeing that these people are divergent in a way, and that's where these people unfortunately end up having these phrases misused by people who think they understand the psychology of it or understand that kind of thing, but are actually using it for social Marxism rather than actual psychological understanding, essentially.
And there is, of course, one of the major things with what we'll call neurodivergence is, in most cases, it's only considered a mental disorder if it negatively affects the person or others. Correct. If it doesn't, it's essentially ignored. Like, I think someone did research to show that nearly all CEOs are psychopaths, but they're not harming themselves or others. So it's.
I'm not joking. I
know, but
yeah. We both are.
We're talking. Well, we don't know you're a sociopath, Oil. That's clear.
This is not a good. This is not a good example for either of us.
No, not exactly disproving anything here.
Nice one, fucking.
That burn! I burnt myself.
Point at both of the people who own companies on the bigger both.
But no, acknowledging that someone has a mental disorder is not casting judgment on the person. It's generally not their fault.
I mean, this is the thing. This is one of the things I've been fighting for years. The ability to be able to talk about my mental illness, my mental health issues, and what I perceive reality to be, and how things affect me. Like, I was once telling a story about how a spider dropped on my head in the middle of having a shower, and like I accidentally crushed it because obviously, having a shower, washing my hair, it landed on my head. Um, and I was trying to retell the story to someone and telling them how awful. Like I felt fucking vile, like the worst person in existence over a little spider because of the emotional impulsiveness, essentially, the overreaction of the emotions that I experience. And this person just burst out fucking laughing in my face, and I was like, "Well, I'm never fucking talking to you about anything like this again, you piece of shit." But like, it's trying to get to a point where people can like talk about these things, and just instead of being like, "Ha, yeah, you're weak," but be understanding, and like, well, obviously, I'm aware that myself, I'm aware that it's an odd reaction, but I was trying to explain that reaction to someone who might not understand what it's like, And conversely, when my brother killed himself, I went into a complete state of numbness. I didn't really feel anything until like a few hours after I'd seen the body. Like it really took a long time for my brain to kick in and be like, ah, that was traumatic. Like that's
Yeah,
exactly
but I think that's
the point.
probably quite normal.
That's normal for
That's
someone
probably
with
not very.
BPD. That's normal for someone with BPD. Traumatic events are essentially so intense that your emotional centers can actually completely shut down and you disassociate in many ways. Whereas smaller things can be very, very intense as well, but they seem like overreactions in odd, random ways. And it's a very difficult disorder to live with because you're constantly having to make self corrections in your mind about how things are in reality. But
See?
obviously, this is one of the biggest problems with this shit from the left, where they're like, "Oh, every mental illness should be embraced wholeheartedly without any sort of understanding that it needs to be treated. It needs to be treated. Things need to be treated. You need to be accountable for your mental illness and the bullshit you fucking pull. Like it's all negative if you don't actually treat what's wrong with you. It has like consequences. Like you get these people who end up going off the wall and killing people because they haven't had anyone actually to talk to about what's going on in their fucking heads." Ah.
Yeah, really spot on. Another example of what's essentially a more quite an obviously purely physical thing is people that have hypersensitivity to sound or light. It's clearly a brain abnormality causing it. It's not their fault. Quite often it's combined with another mental illness that makes them lash out in socially inappropriate ways. But it's not their fault, and there are treatments that can be accessed. Several
Silly makes
sorts
an
of.
interesting point, actually. Is paedophilia a mental illness?
It is, in the same way that homosexuality is a mental illness.
See, the interesting thing about
Now,
homosexuality
I'm
is
not.
it does occur in nature. It does occur in nature in some places.
Yeah, true. There are quite a few. Lots.
Yeah, consider
but
that.
it is still what you would technically call an aberration. Doesn't happen. It doesn't happen normatively in It's nowhere where it's the standard, is what I mean.
Well, one of the many big problems with pedophilia is it's a sexual preference that defies
Immutable,
the norm. Yes, the problem is when you talk about it being a sexual preference, it falls into the Venn diagram with homosexuality. Now, homosexuality, as a general rule, doesn't lead someone to commit a crime. Pedophilia, on the other hand, when acted upon, leads someone to commit a crime, which is where the problem lies. They're both. They're both disorders.
Homosexuality is equals crime.
They're both disorders, but one has the results are very different. There's there's little to no benefit whatsoever of treating the disorder in the case of homosexuality because, again, it's not necessarily, especially these days, harming anybody. But pedophilia, on the other hand, very definitely must be treated before they do something that harms someone else. Because the moment they harm someone else, they go in the chipper.
Yeah.
Dogs were bred as autists, kind of. Now it's in their nature. Okay. I suppose, well, I mean, to be fair, what they did with dogs is they actually heightened the immature characteristics. If you look at a fox fur farm, what they did is they bred the most docile foxes over and over again out of each sort of pup collection. So more and more foxes were docile, and as they did that, they actually found that the foxes' colors changed. So, like grey foxes actually ended up being white completely and much fluffier, and some of the characteristics that are typically found to exacerbate the childlike status, like big eyes and stuff like that, became even bigger in some of them. They became genetically mutated in that way.
Yeah,
It's
it was
really
something like
fascinating what
only
the
3 or
characteristics.
4 generations until
Yeah, yeah, it was
they
very quick.
became completely domesticated.
Mm.
Now,
I don't know if you could consider
extend that over.
autism, but
Yeah, I don't know if you'd call it autism, but extend that over 70,000 years.
yeah.
Because I think that's one of the common estimates. Like, cats arrived like what 4 to 6,000 years ago in almost exactly the same form they're in now. Because it turns out the
Yeah.
cat, when it showed up, was perfect for what humans needed it for. It's small, fluffy, and eats rodents. And it does its
Good.
shit in the food supply. Perfect.
Mhm.
Well, the majority of the reason why they showed up is because we started storing food and such about that time,
Yeah, exactly.
and they like eating what like to eat our food.
Exactly. We invented agriculture, which meant grain stores, which meant mice, which meant the cats rocked up. So the farmers looked at it and went, well, they're not eating the food and they're murdering the fuck out of the rats. And they're kind of cute.
Yes.
We might as well keep them.
Not cute. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to introduce you to my
Well,
The
I'm allergic
cat.
to
dog
cats.
took a little bit more.
Oh, I'm
whereas,
allergic to
like,
cats.
dogs.
Fair enough. I can see why you're not a fan.
I'm allergic to cats to the point that the girl who came around here last night, I immediately started sneezing and shit because she's got some cats and I was getting like catness off her.
Oh,
And I was like,
I'm
oh
allergic
great,
to
I'm
plague,
actually,
so I'll take the
I
cats.
I'm actually allergic to you. To the girl, she's like, what? I was like, yeah, great. She wasn't very impressed.
Yeah, I can imagine that didn't go down too well.
I just took some antihistamines and smashed the fuck out of her.
Fair enough.
Everything has a solution.
Billy Blogs has another good point. Cats also learn to meow to sound a bit like a baby. Yes, cats in the wild don't meow. If I remember rightly, they
Well,
had a look at
that's
it, and
not technically true.
no, it's not. But
If
they
you look at cheetahs, for
Yeah.
example, they meow.
they do. But
And they purr.
cats
Purring what you were thinking of.
yeah. I'm certain it was meowing as well, or maybe a specific meow, like the meow that a kitten, the meow that a kitten gives its mother. Domestic cats carry through to adulthood, where a wild cat will stop using it. I think kind of is how it works.
Well, as far as I knew, it's only big cats that don't tend to meow or purr because they literally biologically don't have the parts able to do that. Whereas cheetahs are actually small enough and they have actually a different biological structure in their throats, allowing them to both purr and meow like a normal house cat would.
Yeah, cats are interesting. Yes.
Interesting.
Big
That's a word for it.
big cats have a different bone structure in their throats. So there you go.
Interesting.
I know a lot of random useless information.
Whether I feel
Don't we
that.
all?
Well, that seems to be the whole point of this. Just spur random useless information all over the place.
And send a Harry hentai.
Well, did you see that Harry
the new
spurred
mission.
out completely and left the server?
Oh, jeez.
He'll
I
start
shouldn't
his
have
own
thought so.
server.
Just him and Fran.
Either that or we'll invite lots of people from 4chan. We'll have to see, I guess.
Only time, yeah, time will tell.
Is there hope for him yet? I doubt it.
Not without unironic professional in real life treatment.
I mean, I feel bad being a dick to him, but at the same time, sometimes he just comes up with some utter shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mythos apparently knows more useless information than all of us.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everything he knows is useless.
Great.
Oh, that's me.
I would question Mythos on that one.
No,
I mean, he's Greek. He's Greek, so I'm assuming he knows more about bumming boys than I do.
Well,
It's
yeah,
wild.
no, on that one, that's probably a fair point.
stepping back to the mental illness and Harry issue, because it's kind of on topic that way. He's very clearly autistic, but he also seems to have missed what happens to 6 and 7-year-old autistic boys in school, where they have a certain level of it beaten out of them. Like, he hasn't progressed beyond the autistic 7-year-old who hasn't actually met humans.
Do you think he was just too ripped to get the kind of bullying that you would expect?
I mean, possible?
I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah, maybe.
It's a possibility.
If you're too physically strong to have been bullied by the other kids into conforming to social norms.
And from what I've heard about his personal life as well, there's been enough of a mess there that he hasn't had, shall we say, the family support structure to
Yeah, for sure.
have the support to develop like a functioning human.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be the first to tell you that. I mean, that's not fair.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it in a mean way towards him. I'm just saying he can't even fake social norms, which is a tragedy for him.
Yeah, because that's all I'm doing, right?
Well, that's a skill that I spent 20 fucking years learning, and I wouldn't say I've mastered yet.
Yeah, me too. No, me either.
Well, actually, I bring it up all the time.
At least I have the decency to try.
Yeah.
At least I try.
Like, one thing that I bring up all the time is that for autistic people, it's like switching social skills from the GPU to the CPU. So if you've got if you've got
The fact that that's how you're describing it tells a lot as well.
Yes, but it's a really effective way of describing it. Like, the CPU can do so much, call it 100%, but you now have to do social interaction with that. So that takes up 20% of your available capacity, which is why you will find that Spurgs in an open plan office perform poorly, but you give them the exact same job and lock them in a small dark cupboard somewhere and they'll do far better.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Hey, base tapes off for a date. Well, lucky him.
Mother?
The same girl or a different one based?
Based either way, really.
Oh, again, date again, he said, so. Soon he's going to have his liver eaten by the,
What's his name, based?
And yeah, Billy Bloggs chimed in immediately. A biological female?
They don't exist. What are you on about?
The dead name Brian.
Base says same girl. Like, are we talking girl or like Thailand girl?
Yeah, was the girl in brackets or was it just?
Was the given name at birth Brian or Brianna?
Oh, so she's not Vietnamese.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
He said Vietnamese a while ago. I was very confused by it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Based,
jeez.
Based has said American girl, name is Francesca, I think.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh god, that's pretty based.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
I love that I completely fucking missed that at first.
Whoosh. Fucking whoosh.
Indeed.
For anyone who hasn't hung around the hive of degeneracy known as the Discord server long enough, Harry's girlfriend from another school is an American girl named Francesca.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can only store
It's
so much
apparently-
long-term memory. And I find a little brain is
and,
not.
and it's apparently based type. By which I mean in the same way as John as a crow, based as an ape.
Ah, right. Wait, we have quite
Oh,
a few
sorry.
anthros in here, don't we?
We'll refer to Harry's comment from yesterday.
Oh, dear. Let's read a little bit more of our story from the school district that's been
When you
molesting
say
children.
anthros, just 1 second, John. When you say anthros, do you basically just mean furries?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's
Or
fine.
in my specific case, a feathery.
Well, yeah.
It's
I mean,
actually a
that's
thing,
surely.
apparently.
Of course, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, rule
I would
34.
know.
Everything is a thing. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Fucking degeneracy is abound.
If it exists, there is porn of it. If there is not porn of it, oil will commission it.
What the fuck?
We'll have the good old fashioned straight missionary.
What the fuck?
It's like crack. You know, they had to make crack. Who was it that cocaine just wasn't good enough for? So it's
You know, I've never tried cocaine.
when
There's
we
still
need to
time
have crack. Yeah. No comment. Gonna say something there. What was that?
Oh, depending on who you ask, the U.S. federal government.
I felt that you guys needed to see this.
What's this?
Oh, God.
Just YouTube, you know. You search corn on the cob and this is what they want you to watch.
What the fuck have you been watching that's your recommendations?
It's not my recommendations. This is just something I
What?
saw on my Twitter. Some guy called Mike Richards.
Okay, in that case, what the fuck has he been watching to get those as recommendations?
What am I looking at?
Oh,
Well,
Jesus
eat the
Christ.
Eat the bugs, man. Eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
don't get me wrong, that bug could probably feed an entire village, but
To be fair, it looks tasty as fuck.
It's the bottom one that I find worse.
Yes.
oh, well, yes, obviously.
Well, what's the bottom one?
Sweet and sour cow vagina.
Oh. Ooh, I mean,
That's what you
That's
had
probably-
yesterday, wasn't it?
yeah, it's probably pretty tasty. Don't knock it till you've tried it, mate. That's, I lived in Asia. I lived in Asia a long time. If you think that's the worst thing I've eaten,
Well, I am tempted to try some of these things out one day, but
I ordered a meal once, and I ordered chicken once, and when it came, it was an entire plate of chicken's feet, just the feet.
really?
Yeah,
That
Like
seems like
just
they're
the
cheaping
feet?
out.
yeah, just the feet, but like the feet of like 100 chickens. Just,
Are you meant to eat the bone whole or some shit?
no, you literally nibble the meat off the feet.
Wow. That's a really slow way of getting chicken.
You
That's
can
right,
you can
that's
tell
right.
you can
Yeah.
tell a society. That's how you can tell a society that suffered with starvation a lot.
Mm, mm.
Wait,
Mhm.
Wings are for faggots. Chicken feet are where it's at.
You should make that into a gold tiered comment. Or buy yourself a plate full of chicken feet and just nibble them on camera. See what they think. What the fuck is he?
Billy Blogs has asked what we're looking at. John Crow has shared a Twitter post of what someone
you can
got.
Go look for it yourself.
Yes, it's in voice text. First one is live giant isopod fried rice, and the second one is sweet and sour cow vagina.
Cow vagina.
If you say it fast enough, it doesn't sound so bad. Cow vagina. Sounds like a foreign
I mean,
name.
I'm not even. Should I be grossed out? But I mean, you eat cow vagina all the time.
Not generally like that, you don't know.
No, not exactly like that. But if you've eaten a beef burger in your life, you've eaten some fucking cow vagina at some point.
I've probably eaten horse vagina at that, right? No, I'm not talking about the burgers.
Oh god.
Yeah. Yeah. Straight in.
Okay. Let's move away from that for 5 seconds, and I'm going to read these.
No.
Sorry.
We're never moving away from cow vagina. What are you
No,
talking about?
I'm going to read these response from the school district. So, dear Spreckles Union School District, God, that sounds so fucking stupid. SUSD staff, administration, our Board of Education are committed to supporting safe, inclusive, and equitable learning environments that support all students without including, sharing, or promoting any political opinion or agenda. Recently, an article was written that quoted 2 Buena Vista middle school teachers who presented during a California Teachers Association conference in Palm Springs. The teachers were using personal leave to lead a breakout session in their roles as CTA members. They were not officially presenting on behalf of SUSD, nor were their presentation materials or comments reviewed by SUSD administration. Many of the comments and themes stated in the article are alarming, concerning, disappointing, and do not in any way reflect the district or the Board of Education's policies and practices.
Well, maybe you should be taking better fucking responsibility over what these teachers are doing.
Maybe.
Why is it always after the fact?
Yeah, well, when they've got their steps they're taking to address the concerns. And I want to know how the fuck they didn't have half these in place in progress. Right, so, first one, the student club mentioned in the article, UBU, which apparently means UBU, the full word U, has been suspended. Any future student clubs will be required to submit an outline of all activities and materials before being allowed to meet. Student sign-in sheets will be maintained, and parent/guardian permission slips will be sent home prior to a club holding a meeting. How in the ever-loving fuck was that not a policy from the word go?
Yeah. It's almost like morons are the people in charge.
Yes. Where's our resident teacher while we talk about how teachers are fucking idiots? So, next one. All messaging shared in the morning announcements will now be controlled and distributed by the site principal. This practice will be in place permanently. What, are you telling us that the fucking principal didn't hear the morning announcements?
Probably not.
Are you telling me he didn't hear that and then think, something's wrong about what's being said?
Apparently not. Also, actually, that's...
It just means he's complicit. That's the big problem. All of these people are fucking complicit, and none of them are getting the sack or some sort of
actually,
recourse for it.
I also want to pick up on something interesting you said. When you said principal, you said he. Isn't it really? Yeah, isn't it really interesting how principals are men and teachers are women? So it's really interesting how an abnormally large number of principals are men, and it's sure as shit not. So
I mean, I've only had one school where the principal was female, and she was a hyper masculine female.
Yeah, but yeah, it's really interesting how when you say teacher, people think woman. When you say principal, people think men.
I especially think female when I think of primary school teacher.
Absolutely. But just teachers in general, people will generally assume woman. But when you say principal, people assume man. But it's California, so is it really a man?
Is it? even female. I mean, I
Man,
have no idea at this
like-
point. You're holding
Does
me
it
in
have enough
suspense.
testosterone to legally be considered a man?
I don't think it's down to testosterone levels. I think it's down to the XY chromosomes.
It is, but it should be down to testosterone levels because some of those soy boys should not be considered
I'm going
men.
to make a slight differentiation. Being male is down to the XY chromosome. Being a man is down to testosterone, whether
Yes,
or not
based.
you live up to
Based.
the societal standard of being a
Yeah,
man.
that's based.
Based, yeah, super based.
Like I said, slight delineation between scientific and cultural.
But yes, it's good. It's correct.
Right.
I
So
think we can all agree on.
next next couple of policies. Any presentation or assembly involving sensitive themes such as sexuality will be created in line with state-approved standards and curriculum and under the supervision of site and district administration. Materials of any sensitive themes will be shared with parents/guardians prior to being shown to students. Again,
I'm.
how the fuck was that not a
I'm not-
policy?
Yeah. I am questioning how Billy Blogs knows what an elephant's vagina looks like. It seems pretty
Oh, dear.
sure. I mean, I'm not questioning your professional opinion, man. I'm just how.
Unless he's a secret zookeeper, I don't know.
I mean, it could be.
No, like he could be. Other than that, I can't think of a good reason for
I
him
would
to know what
imagine
that
an
looks
elephant
like.
vagina would be a lot bigger than that, to be fair.
Really not sure.
I mean, that guy looks like he can barely fit his hand in it, you know?
You know what artificial insemination is, correct? For cows?
Yes, I think we all know what that is. Yes.
Yeah, no, I have
Vulcan
no
is
idea.
especially
School me.
sure.
No, but like when they do that, they end up like shoulder deep in
Yeah,
the cow.
yeah, that's exactly what I do, but with cows, you can get one arm, but with elephants, you can get your whole upper body.
That one was good. That was a good one.
Oh dear. Anyway,
I have
moving
no
away
idea
from
what everyone
cows'
was laughing at,
vaginas,
Sorry.
you said
I'm literally sat here completely clueless, like, what? What was funny?
you said what I do is
Yeah, no, that's exactly what that was the joke I was making. I didn't know people were laughing at that. Fuck.
yeah.
I'm so not with
All the
it.
way up.
Congratulations, you made a
All the way. All the way up to the flight.
If you're not
muscles.
puppeteering, you're not doing it right.
Oh, clearly that's the British way.
Clearly, we're such degenerates that we were already laughing before you got the punchline out.
Yeah, you have to have one on each arm as well. That way you can have a little show.
What, Punch and Judy?
Mm. Except they're both called Judy.
Hey. Right. Moving away from
Yes.
cow and elephant vaginas, just for a second.
Never.
You see
Never.
the habit of going back to it for some reason.
Oil is very
Billy
interesting.
Blogs fault this time.
So the last one of their new things that they're going to do is teachers are prohibited from monitoring students' online activity for any non-academic purposes. Again, how is
They
that
weren't
not in your
before.
acceptable use policy?
I was gonna say, I'm like, wait, why was that not a thing before this?
Yeah, how is this not the basic fucking...
All right, in the teacher handbook, you're not allowed to spy on the kids.
You'd think
What?
so.
No, you are allowed to spy on the kids, but only for academic purposes.
Yes, that's literally
It's
what they're
it says
saying.
there. So you have to be
Well-
compiling a report on little boy pussies, and then you can spy on them as much as you want.
Well, did you change your name on the fly?
When?
Okay, I'm I was really confused because I saw your name in Discord, and I'm like, who the hell is Oilifit? Oh.
Ah, for fuck's sake, Desert.
Seriously, Bezek?
Oh, you're so childish.
Seriously, Bezek?
Yeah.
Why
that's pretty-
did you change my name to that?
absolutely basic.
A little birdie told me to.
Getting a little lone back.
Absolutely. Absolutely based as fuck.
Certain Mr. Cormorant.
Yeah, indeed.
Uh,
That
Just,
was
I
the
keep seeing that picture of that hippo biting the other hippo's ass. It's just hysterectomy on the top of it.
what I love is student noticed mine but didn't notice his.
It changed right after I said that.
Was it?
I watched it change.
Oh. Because Bezic is a child.
Oh, please. As if you wouldn't if you had the power.
Well, if you were living in a prison colony like he
Man,
is,
man,
what
you
would
gave
do?
you gave me the power to mute yesterday, and I had used it 183 times in the first 11 minutes.
About 60% of that being just to bully,
If he had the power to
bully
change
Harry.
names, if he had the power to change names, I would never be able to go back to being a crow.
If I had the power to change names, I just don't think I'd do anything else with my time.
Imagine if you could do it in like public settings, not just on Discord. You could meet some stranger on the street. It's like, yep, you're now Dave. But I'm a woman. Nope, not anymore. Dave. That would be a power to reckon with.
Oh, dear.
Right, so carrying on from where you were.
Right, so Lotus Eaters gave us another article that I'm not sure they mentioned because it's absolutely fucking disgusting. From 16th of December, from 4w.pub, TikTok doctor performed breast removal on trans 13-year-old girl.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, that's child abuse.
Just yeah, no, just pure fucking child abuse.
That's flat child abuse.
How is that not
Doctor should be
fucking
stricken off
child
the
abuse?
records. A TikTok doctor. What the fuck is a TikTok doctor?
Yep.
Why
Well-
is a doctor on fucking TikTok?
Because they advertise invasive gender-affirming procedures on TikTok. So they removed the breasts of a 13-year-old girl who is now also pursuing a hysterectomy at age 15.
That girl's gonna have some major regrets when they end up, 30, 40 and alone.
Or 20 and an adult and go, oh shit. Like what happened to the woman that led to the Tavistock court cases.
I know. I feel sorry for them. Like, I understand, like, this whole idea of being able to try and transition at a very, very young age. I understand why people want to do that because of the biological changes that happen through puberty. I can understand their reasoning, but it's still abusive because at the same time the mental capacity just isn't there to make that kind of fucking decision. No one knows what the fuck they are until after they've gone through fucking puberty.
Well, isn't it over 90% of girls with gender dysphoria grow out of it by 18? It's
yeah.
It's close and it's over 90% just on their own, without the help.
Yeah. It's just sad. I just feel sorry for these people. They're being abused, and
It's
their parents are fucking letting it happen and everything.
Well, what's worse is that their parents can't stop it in some places. Like in fucking Canada, you can't stop it.
Yep.
That's just fucking criminal. I think it needs to be pointed out. You're gonna have to have loads and loads of court cases and people suing doctors, or even lynchings if it has to go that fucking. I'm not usually one to advocate violence, but when it comes to you abusing children, that's one of the few things where I'm like, I will fucking kill you if you touch my child. It just pisses me off so much because, like, you're taking someone who is essentially innocent and damaging them permanently for no other reason other than your own fucking ideology. It's pathetic weakness.
It is. It's absolutely insane. So, listen to this. On Dr. Gallagher's website, she states that minors are welcome to consult at her office with the permission of parents and the recommendation of the patient's mental health professional. Letters recommending surgical intervention for gender identity concerns can be acquired online from certified mental health providers and or surgeons for as little as $150.
And
Pretty
what's that $150 for again?
The piece of paper that says that you're smart enough to have your tits cut off.
Right. I wonder how many bits of money she's making. How much? Because it just to me it seems just like these people are just grifters or fraudsters.
Well, we'll
You
get to that.
Snake oilsmen.
4W staff reached out to Dr. Gallagher's office, posing as a parent looking for top surgery options for their 13-year-old non-binary child. Despite explicitly providing the child's age, the clinic attempted to book a consultation with us, noting that the cost of the surgery would be around $10,000.
Ah, yeah. Get them started on the process with a cheap, interesting ploy with a smaller payment of 150, and then hit them with a massive fucking bill. Yeah.
$10,000 to cut your tits off, and then because the studies show that nearly everyone who starts the process completes it, then they'll get them for the really expensive surgery, ripping their fucking uterus out. So, for comment on the girl's story, 4W reached out to Shanae Watson, a vocal member of an active and growing online community of detransitioners, people who ended their gender transition after feeling regret. Let's call this what it is. Child abuse, Watson says. How can you take someone who obviously has so much developing to do and claims she understands the long-term permanent ramifications of cross-sex hormones and surgeries? How can you alter someone's body surgically when their body hasn't finished growing yet? It's cruel.
Yeah.
Simple.
The thing I don't get, the thing I never quite understand this. She refers to the child as being non-binary, right?
I
Yeah?
don't know.
That's what it said. It was, in the text, it was non-binary, right?
This is that was the trap set by the reporters.
Yeah, but when they say non-binary, why do they always default towards the? Why do they cut their tits off then? If you're non-binary, you're saying I'm not a man or a woman. What are you trying to get rid of?
Well, they want to look androgynous, is the problem. Because if you've got tits... kinda.
Yeah, but it's sort of, it's not one of the, you know,
No.
androgynous doesn't really look,
But
no such
it's
thing.
clearly a money-making scam. So, in her own experience, Watson had taken testosterone for 3 years after saying she was male, but later realised her feelings came from a struggle with misogyny and trauma. Watson has described having been immediately affirmed by clinicians, with all of them failing to investigate her history of trauma, suicidal ideation, and other mental wellness concerns.
Still men's fault, though, because it's misogyny.
Yeah, probably.
Well, she said it's misogyny, didn't she?
Well, she was stupid enough to go through it to start with, but she was the victim of child abuse.
Well, yeah. Suppose.
Ah, here we go. 4W is able to pay all female staff and rights thanks to generous support of our readers on Patreon. There you go. They're feminists, but they're TERFs. So, the interesting kind of feminist.
No dog in the fight.
So,
oh no, I'm still the guy just sitting there throwing money at the fight.
Yep. Bloody hell. So what about in the Scottish government where they want to know what school kids are up to sexually? Or what the fuck is wrong with Scotland?
What?
Well,
Why? Why would they
I
need
don't
to
know.
know
Was
this
the
stuff?
drinking or the sheep that tipped you off something was wrong?
Yes.
Right, Oil?
Hmm?
You're from Scotland, right?
Well, I am from Scotland.
Fuck's wrong with them?
The problem is they've got a drunk sheep leading the country.
Apparently, all sorts of things are wrong with them.
Oh, let's be honest. Nobody wants to shake their stick at that.
Yeah. So, questions on the survey for pupils as young as 14. One question asks, people have varying degrees of sexual experience. How much, if any, sexual experience have you had? The multiple choice answers include oral sex and vaginal or anal sex. Other options include none, a small amount, e.g. kissing, and some experiences but no sexual intercourse. It goes on to ask them how old they were when they first had sex, how many people they've had sexual intercourse with in the past 12 months, whether they use contraception.
Older pupils will also be encouraged to give details about their use of alcohol and tobacco.
Gambling experience and use of drugs.
Mm.
It's, gee, what could be the use of this survey be? Oh, I don't know. Identifying potential victims. It's like a fucking shopping list for a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about black pill. Fucking
Yep.
Scotland.
So who came up with the questions? Well, a National Health and Wellbeing Questionnaire content group was set by the government in April 2018. Well, there's the fucking problem. More government. The group was made up of representatives and analysts from Public Health Scotland, local authorities, schools and education Scotland, as well as the Scottish Government. Right, so sociopaths, idiots, morons, and cunts. And pedophiles, clearly.
I mean,
Hmm?
they're not doing much to dispel the idea that the elite in power are all part of a big paedophile ring.
Yeah, no, they're...
Well, that's it. What could you possibly do with that information?
Just, what? Like,
Nothing good.
Are you trying to suggest that by using this information you're going to educate the children about the risks of what they're doing? Because I don't see how you need this information to be able to do that.
Well, that's it. When I was in school, fuck me, over a decade ago. Fuck, I feel old saying that. We still had sex ed. We didn't need a survey asking how much gay sex we'd had.
Because they knew you'd had loads.
Oh, no self-respecting person was going to say yes.
Yeah. But that's the point. What do you need the survey for? Just tell them that maybe you fucking shouldn't. Like, we had all the lessons on don't do drugs, alcohol's bad, you shouldn't drink and drive.
I'm so sick of tired of the government always trying to put its finger in on everything.
What's even worse is when they're trying to put finger in kids.
Yeah.
And so it's exactly like Billy Blogg says. It could be a questionnaire set by nonsense to find kids to abuse. That's exactly what it looks like.
You could admire the hustle.
I'm surprised there's no accountability for it. Like, who the fuck?
You know what else has got hustle like that?
Jesus Christ, what is Caffeinated Century Gnome doing awake at this fucking hour? I know I'm a loser with no social life, but dude, go to fucking bed.
Hmm? Where is he? Okay.
I mean, the
Mm.
only thing I want the government in is dealing with foreign powers and foreign affairs. Pretty much the only thing I really care. And maybe enforcing some generalized laws. Not much. Mm.
Right.
Amen.
Oh, yes, this
Oh,
nonsense. Yeah.
geez, do not get me started on this one. Because one of those guys actually lives in my state.
Oh, no.
Yep, he lives down in the New York, the New York City enclave. But yes,
That's a little bit casual nonsense between friends, really.
this isn't even. This dude isn't even casual. Some of the stuff that this dude was talking about doing, that's not even like, it's not casual. It's not anything. That's yikes. Well, that is a many layered cake, my friend. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have thought so. Your boyfriend made me do it.
As far as I'm concerned, they get the same chipper.
Not sorry.
Digging up dirt on his brother's accusers for sexual assault. Okay, as an American, I just want to throw out a quick disclaimer. Italian Americans are not like them. Italian Americans are very nice people who make very good food.
Disavow.
I'm not I can agree to that. I'm not but I'm not disavowing that fettuccine alfredo.
Yeah, of course he was. Because I think if it's the case, you should just own.
Managed to fuck up my audio. It's out to the stream, so whoops.
As a boomered his audio.
No, I think it looks like I put my cup down on the hotkeys to turn the mic off. Whoops.
Trim wasn't even here to influence you.
Bro.
Well, I had to make up for his disappearance, didn't I?
Stunning level of professionalism in this group is what's something.
Yeah. Right.
Professionalism.
So, anyway. I'm not sure how much you missed, but Stelter wanked off about how it's all Trump, 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 Trump. Ignore that CNN has a bunch of pedos. Trump, 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 Trump. Oh, and Republicans.
Quick question. Is CNN where Jeffrey Toobin works?
I believe so.
The guy who tried spanking one out
Wanking off.
to his coworker.
Yeah. They fired him and then hired him back.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
so
believe
that-
he tried to do it to his coworker. I think he just forgot that he was on the Zoom channel.
Yeah, he muted his mic, but he
Forgot to
muted
turn
the
his
audio,
cam
but
off.
Didn't mute the didn't like block the camera.
Yeah. I just squirted one out.
Yeah. There's so that's what, 4?
Yeah,
Or
but I mean,
different-
like if you were doing your college class and it was a bit dull and you were, you telling me you wouldn't just switch the camera off and have a quick?
I mean, are you
That seems like
saying?
something people do?
Are you suggesting that you're not now?
Yeah. Why do you think my camera's off?
Why do you think all of our cameras are off?
Well, there could be many reasons.
There aren't many reasons. It's only one reason.
You're not wearing
And
pants.
everyone's got the same one.
We're not wearing
Oh,
pants.
definitely not. No, no one's wearing pants. That's a given, clearly.
Oh, dear. Yeah, CNN's clearly full of pedos. Well, allegedly full of pedos.
Full of allegeds, yeah.
They're allegedly full of pedos, completely ignoring the part where I'm alleging they're full of pedos.
Look at it from their point of view. Pedos are people too.
No, they're not.
Oh.
That's what pedos and communists have in common. They're not people.
Trying to empathize with their sides.
Gotta protect their own community, right?
That they do.
We just need to try. We just need to try and indoctrinate them into chipper culture.
Finally got over to Billy B posting.
I'll put this one up. Good job, Billy. I like that one.
What's he done?
He's got some memes. One of
Make
them's
the
"Go
memes.
away, Baton," and another one is the weird creepy guy from Family Guy with his
yeah.
Quagmire with
Yeah,
his
yeah,
jacked
yeah.
up left arm. Jeffrey Toobin emerges from his Zoom call. Dear.
Oh, we're tired.
God damn it, BJ. Where's the other stuff we got? Oh yeah, we've definitely got to talk about this story some more. The world record. Man sleeps with 57 women in 24 hours to set new world record. What
Doesn't
a...
seem like a lot to me.
I mean, yes, but I feel like somebody could do better.
No, but they were all. I mean, he didn't go out and find them. They were obviously all pre-arranged. He just
Yeah.
that's just it. What that basically means is man comes 57 times in 24 hours.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
What a quick shot.
More or less.
How?
Well, no, but that's not that many, man. That's only like two. That's just 2 an hour.
I just need to know what the rules are behind the whole thing. You know, like, do you have to hook up with these women like one off, or can you arrange it? Does an orgy count? You know, like, does he have to ejaculate to officiate that he succeeded in that particular lay?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's hard to know what the. I just feel like.
I'll just read it out. Hey, the record was set in Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. Fuck, they're weird over there. As part of an annual event run by a local brothel. Oh, of course it was. The man who was not named by local Czech media. Why would you not want to be named? Told reporters they'd been training hard for months and was delighted to have broken the previous record, which stood at 55.
Absolutely based as fuck.
I've always been a bit of a sex addict, and when I learned that the brothel was having a world record attempt, I knew I had to come and give it a go. I wonder if that was on purpose.
You know damn well it was.
Well, it's probably in Polish, so it probably wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, somewhere along the communication train, it was on purpose.
Someone's for an opportunity.
Well, the man was from
yeah,
Singapore,
yeah,
so it might not have been in
German,
Polish. Or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So the world record attempt began at midnight local time, with officials looking on as the man commenced intercourse with his first partner. For the world record to count, every woman I slept with had to be different, so the venue had to hire a number of girls from other brothels, the unnamed man said. By midday, he was ahead of world record pace, having slept with 29 women. I started to get a bit of a cramp around then, but luckily we had a physiotherapist on hand to give me a massage, which helped out. Did the physiotherapist... Does it count if the physiotherapist gave him a happy ending?
Hey, maybe.
But what is the condition of slept with? That's the.
Hopefully we find out. So, as part of the conditions attached to the world record, no challenger is allowed to take any prescription medicine to enhance their erection, and the Singaporean man passed a test to reveal his system was cleared of such medication. Natural remedies are permitted, but I won't disclose what supplements I take, he said. Oh, okay, here we go. In addition, for each individual session of intercourse to count, the participant must ejaculate more than 5 millilitres of semen.
He has to be producing that stuff pretty fucking quickly then.
Yep.
He's measuring that.
The record officials were on hand to dutifully measure the amount of fluid ejaculated by the man at the end of each session.
That's at least 285 milliliters of semen.
Easy.
That's nearly a whole fucking Coke can.
It's not.
Jesus.
It's not the most sought after job, but we find it rewarding in our own way, said one of the judges involved.
They get to take the semen home with them. Put it in a necklace, have a sample for the rest of their life, and tell their children stories.
Yeah. The previous record holder, an American porn actor, slept with 55 women within a single 24-hour period back in 1983 as a promotional stunt for a new film release. Bugger the film. I want to see the 24-hour video. For decades, men around the world have tried and failed to break that mark.
I bet the girls were absolutely raging.
I personally never thought the
At least if you get the porn star, the guy's gonna have might have at least have a decent. But a little Singaporean guy's not usually very.
I'm just wondering how many of the women climax themselves, or if it was just all him.
It's clearly a one pump chump.
in my experience of Singapore, I would say that the chances are pretty low.
He's a one-pump chump that's been blue-balled for 3 years. That way he can produce enough.
Keep reading, by the way.
Sorry, I'm just replying to Kavanagh's sentry now.
And just look at the last sentence.
Oh, it's brilliant. So, I've got to read the whole fucking thing. Just shortly before 11 p.m., the man broke the record after he completed his 56th session of intercourse, and officials were impressed when he decided to add one more to the tally to finish with 57. Officials believe it will be unlikely for the record to ever be broken, particularly as such a high volume of sex in a short period of time causes great trauma to the penis. As soon as he finished his 57th partner, he was rushed to hospital for treatment to his penis, said one official.
Was it worth
That's
it?
by Snoo.
In the past, men have actually chafed their penis so much attempting to break the record that they've had to have skin grafts, and in one severe case, amputation was actually required.
Literally death by Snooze.
Why? Why? Surely it's not worth it. Like, the sex couldn't have been that good.
Well, clearly
Essentially,
not.
what he had to do was he had to crack one off, essentially using female genitals, if you look at it from this perspective, and produce 5 milliliters at a time, which is a teaspoon, by the way, and doing this for 57 females consecutively within what time period?
24 hours.
4 hours.
24 hours. I'm just amazed he had the stamina to stay awake, let alone to keep cracking on.
Well, no, but you're assuming he spent any real amount of time doing it.
No, I imagine that, okay, how can I say this? There is a certain amount of, God, how can I say this? Pumping, for quote unquote, lack of a better word, that you need to engage in to produce 5 milliliters. You can't you can't just show up.
I mean, he might have a disorder where he just ejaculates a lot. You never know.
I know he's cheating, actually.
Yeah, he might be cheating. He might have injected oil into his balls or something. Who knows?
His jizz would have very unusual consistency.
I beg your pardon?
How did you even come to this news piece, by the way? No pun intended.
Oh God.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't see this coming.
Oh.
Yeah, so I calculated if it's 57 women in 24 hours, that makes his average rate 2.3 women every hour, 2.375.
Yeah, and don't.
But I'm suggesting the sex. But I'm suggesting the sex lasted 4 seconds. I'm not.
With a really long break in between, yeah.
Well, don't forget he had to take time to get his massage.
Trust me,
yeah.
I lived in Singapore for a long time, and if it's a Singaporean man, I would suggest that his they're not.
You have a lot of experience with Singaporean men, do you?
I have a lot of experience with Singaporean women.
That's oil.
You've heard their stories.
Was this conducted in Singapore? Was it?
No,
Yeah,
this was
no, it was in
Prague.
Poland.
Oh, okay.
In the Czech Republic.
Part of a festival.
Yeah.
In the Czech
but-
Republic, Singapore dude, and he was just shagging away, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like,
Essentially,
what
this is oil
I'm
bath,
saying
right?
is prostitution in Singapore is sort of legal and it's quite sort of standard, but also the sort of men have got it's a very sort of genuine sort of women talk about the patriarchy here, but Singapore is a very patriarchal, like properly patriarchal society,
Good.
and the men
talk.
like when they have sex don't give a shit. It's 2 pumps and a squirt. It really is like that, and
You make it
trust
sound
me,
like a
if you-
woman has never had an orgasm in Singapore ever.
Yeah, it's pretty much like
Not
that.
not
yeah.
not with
All
the
the prostitution's
Singaporean man.
Gentlemen, we
But-
have marching orders.
But the expats are extremely popular.
Yeah, I bet.
And,
This is why the sexual revolution was a bad idea. It gave women expectations.
Yeah, and look, trust me, it's very good for your ego.
Not for theirs though, apparently.
What you're
No,
saying
no,
is if
but
you're having
also,
They sound pretty
Also, you've
debilitated
got-
by the entire thing.
yeah, but also
what
they've
you're
got
saying,
there are some biological facts as well. You know,
Yeah.
But for the females or the males?
both shallow
Okay.
shallow orifices, small legs.
Small legs.
Europeans.
Oh,
Yeah,
you mean the
well,
Singaporean men? You're not yourself then.
Yeah. But
so Ben,
basically,
or
basically,
The just remember, the smallest
Shallow-
man in Scotland's a god in Singapore.
shallow.
Are you saying that we should send Henry over there? Not Henry, Harry. God, I forgot. his
Harry.
name.
But no, it's just like when a girl asks you for a rest, sort of a couple of minutes in, you're like, what really?
What?
I get the feeling if you send Harry to Singapore, the woman might tell him to shut up.
I mean, yes. But,
well, so basically what you're saying is if you're having a rough stretch, you should probably take a personal visit to Singapore.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And again, because of the currency exchange, you probably could spend very little money there too. At least I would.
Well, accommodation's expensive, but most other things are fairly cheap.
Mm.
Wait,
Hookers
just out of
are about
curi- look,
30,
this
40 quid.
this is going to sound really weird, but who sponsored this event? If I can use that phrase.
It was a promotion.
Well,
It's a promotional thing for a local brothel.
Yeah,
This was a
You know, I've actually been to Singapore, but I was only 3 years old at the time.
Well, I
So-
don't think you were at where we're talking.
No.
I like the way he was rushed to hospital after this.
It's like he carried on even though he was bleeding. He's like, nah, I've got one more. I've got one more in me.
you can
But even
But he
after he
didn't.
broke the record, he did another, then went to hospital.
Yeah.
But another one,
Yeah,
it'd just
so-
be like, yeah.
What if he
You can-
died
you can
in
Google-
hospital?
You can Google a place called Orchard Tower in Singapore, and that'll tell you everything you need to know.
I really want that on my search history.
It's a shopping mall.
I
Legitimately.
mean, so is the brothel.
Oh,
Technically, it's
apparently
just
it's
different
closed
products.
and opens at 10:15. So
No, it's Orchard Tower is a in the daytime just a shopping mall.
what is it at night time?
It's a shopping mall.
Just a different kind, perhaps.
More of the rental kind rather
Well,
than
it's-
buy outright.
It's colloquially referred to as 4 floors of whores. And that's pretty accurate.
Ironically, I'm doing some Japanese while I'm chatting to you guys, and the thing I had to express was tasty meat in Japanese. Oishi niku. Mm.
Well, hey Bez, I got to tab out. All right.
Righto, man. No worries. Thanks for joining.
Hey, anytime I'm around, if you need an extra hand.
No worries, man. Catch you
Later,
next time.
guys.
Wait.
So let's have a look at another one of the articles that Prime Knight has brought us, because he brings us the weirdest shit. How about
Yes, the
sexual...
one where it says more about him than it says about us.
Yes. Sexual predator poses as gynecologist, scams 400 Italian women via webcam. The man is alleged to...
I can't actually say I'm surprised that this happened, to be honest.
Yeah. The man is alleged to have called women who had undergone swabs at clinics across Italy to tell them that they had been diagnosed with several vaginal infections and persuade them to undergo vaginal exams via web link. He convinced 400 women to undergo vaginal
I mean-
exams via webcam.
At this point, I would say this is the women's fault.
They're very keen to
Yeah.
get their vag out on camera, aren't
I,
they?
I think this says something very unkind about Italian women.
I mean, to be fair, how the fuck did he get the details of these women that had undergone swabs? Because obviously, if these women wouldn't believe it if they hadn't actually gone to their gynecologist for a swab recently. So obviously, he had to have access to privileged data somehow.
Yeah. It doesn't say. But I would guess that my guess would be that he probably works at a pathology lab.
Mm.
That would be my guess. Because it's a bunch of different clinics. So it would suggest somebody from the lab that's processing it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Doesn't say
Discordia's
in the
arrived
story,
just in time.
Anyway, obviously legend. Anyway, that's the important thing.
Yeah, why is it that Discordia turns up now of all times?
This
It's funnier that way.
Yes.
lingering
Great timing.
deliberately.
Yeah. So, Rome. Italian police Friday searched the house of a suspected serial sexual predator believed to have posed as a gynecologist to persuade dozens of women to undergo vaginal exams via web link.
Okay, just out of curiosity, what do you think this says more about him or the female?
The women. No,
Okay.
no, he
I
had a pretty good scam going. Apparently, he knew all the details. He knew the date and place of birth, and asked them if they'd done gynecological checkup in recent months. So it suggests that he's reading off of the documentation from the lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how fraudsters work, though, in the end.
Yeah. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, these people both.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, all that's happened is he's got them to show them his badge, him their badges. It's not.
Well, he's recorded it as well, of course, because police in the southern city of Bari seized several smartphones and memory cards from the 40-year-old after wiretapping his calls following complaints from multiple victims. The man is alleged to have called women who had undergone swabs at clinics across the country to tell them they had been diagnosed with several vaginal infections, the police said in a statement. He then persuaded them to undergo an online gynecological exam, it said, adding that over 400 women throughout Italy had been targeted, from Lazio to Lombardia and Calabria. He introduced himself as a doctor. He knew my date and place of birth and asked me if I'd done a gynecological checkup in recent months, the Repubblica Daily quoted one victim as saying. He asked increasingly personal questions, then requested a video call via Zoom or Hangout, and asked me to show my private parts to confirm the diagnosis, said the woman, referred to just as Lucia.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite funny.
It is hilarious. I imagine it's not for the women involved, but it's funny as hell. In a weird
Yeah,
way.
I mean, it's not the worst thing. Yeah.
Someone asking me pretty increasingly personal questions and ask you to drop trowel. Like, okay, that strikes me as unusual. Why?
Okay,
I know,
so
but-
your name is this? Drop trowel? Hey, Spoon, drop trowel? Elephant, drop trowel? You can trust me. I'm clearly a professional. You can tell from my
This
British
strikes me as
accent.
really weird. What person asks you increasingly uncomfortable questions and then you drop your? Why?
I want to know what
airport
convinced
security?
them that something was wrong after the fact, and then they made them call the cops.
I mean, to answer Spoon's question, airport security, they tend to ask you increasingly more uncomfortable questions and then ask you to drop trowel.
You sure this is an airport you went to?
Well,
'Cause I don't know. I've been to several airports. They've never asked me increasingly invasive questions.
you haven't been on that list then.
No, can't say I have. They've been through my phone before through some uncomfortable moments. Fucking Homeland Security, you bunch of pricks.
That's why you carry a burner.
No, I feel like if I was carrying anything more against the law, quote unquote, than I already was, then
Nothing illegal about carrying a burner.
bloody Homeland
Every
Security.
time I hear the term burner, I just think of flamer.
Hans,
Bunsen
get
burner.
the heavy flammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Discordia's pretty much got it figured out. I guess they got away with this because lots of stuff has been made remote, and it sounds like he targeted people expecting follow-up results from tests.
Yeah.
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 Pretty much.
That's smart, really.
I'm exactly the same as her. If I don't have the number saved, I don't answer it. And I have like even blocks that like automatically if your number's ever been reported for spam, it just blocks it immediately.
Yep. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, the data security stuff is what I was curious about too.
Yeah, my bet is it's probably someone at the lab and they've just looked it up on a piece of paper.
I'm wondering what's going to happen to the lab if that's the case, or however they got the fucking like. Obviously, that's a massive breach of data, so there's got to be.
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be an absolute clusterfuck. Maybe
Cleaner at the lab.
Well,
I mean,
if it's a cleaner,
cleaning companies are extremely suspicious. Often the case.
If it's a cleaner, that means that the lab absolutely fucked their security practices. Like, when I was working for the government, like, we actually did sweeps of the floor at the end of the day to make sure everything was locked away before we let the cleaners in.
Although, my dad used to tell me stories about how in the MOD, what he would do is he would get a piece of paper and a clipboard, and he would just walk all over the place, wherever he wanted, and no one would stop him. He's just like, oh, he's doing something official.
Pretty standard. Never walk anywhere in an office. Never walk anywhere in an office without a piece of paper in your hand. Otherwise, somebody will stop you.
And make sure you're walking fast with the look on your face that you'll kill anyone who stops you.
Yeah. If you don't,
also, if you walk anywhere with a clipboard, no one's going to ask you questions because they're going to assume you're going to answer them questions, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah, they want to avoid you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trick is to have a piece of paper in your hand because if you don't, somebody will try to put a piece of paper in your hand. That's my experience.
I've never, well, actually, I have worked in an office. I worked in IT, and that was awful. But I've never had to worry about sort of having to look busy so much. Thankfully. This is where Discord is going to kick my ass. It's like, no, you got to do more work. Got to record more audio. Crack that whip.
You've got all that Callum stuff to talk about.
Oh yeah. The Callum stuff is going to be funny. I need to get my thing fixed though. Once that's fixed, then I can start recording some stuff.
Billy Blogs asks, "Do you think the COVID pass data is secure?"
Let's
see. A government computer system. One, a government computer system. Two, pulled out of their ass in a weekend. Of course, it's not fucking secure.
I've got to send you something basic because it's relevant to Billy's question. Let's see if I can find the article. Oh, fuck's sake. I saw it a couple of days ago.
I wonder if I can get a bigger version of this. Someone just sent me a link and just said, this accidental experiment shows the superiority of the patriarchy.
Yeah, based.
Yeah, well, it's Aiden that sent it to me, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. The freaks in Sweden who are getting microchip implants for their COVID passport.
Actually?
Yes.
That's not Mark of the Beast level of draconianess anyway.
Well, it's not draconian because the sheep are microchipping themselves. The government doesn't even have to mandate it. The sheep are just microchipping themselves.
Yeah, that's literal Mark of the Beast, end of times, biblical prophecy crap, which is not at all weird. Around
No.
6,000 people have had so far chips inside of their hand. What the Sweden? You guys are complete retards.
Yes.
Hold on
So
a sec. I got
Six
a
more
friend in Sweden.
Omicron deaths have been reported.
6 out of like how many millions infected?
billions, I'm sure.
Man, that's clearly the deadliest fucking virus we've ever come across. We should
Yeah.
stop. We should shut down England immediately.
Mm.
All countries, all borders right up. We've got to build walls.
Yep. So
Trump was right.
Peterson stressed that those with microchip implants have stopped carrying vaccine passports, keys, ID cards, and even train tickets with them, thanks to radio frequency identification technology, a wireless system comprising tags and readers. Now, there are enough of us here who've tooled around with technology to realise how phenomenally fucking stupid that is. Okay, cool. I'm just going to get an RFID sniffer, put it in a bag, and just walk through the fucking main train station in Sweden. Oh, you want to get into that guy's house? Just walk up next to his hand with your scanner. Oh, and then just program your system to apply the card ID back to his front door and follow him in.
Radio frequency identification technology, a wireless system compromising tags and readers. So you're literally traceable anywhere just because of that thing. Sweden, what the fuck is wrong with you? Complete spastic retard.
Yep. But
As if the example from Australia wasn't bad enough.
But the best part is, RFID is reprogrammable, so you could copy somebody else's COVID pass. Fucking idiots.
And you don't even need to put that copied phone in your skin. You could literally just have it on like a bracelet if you wanted while you're out in
No, you
public.
can do it on you can use your iWatch to do it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Anything that communicates in the right mode.
Well, that's how your Apple Pay works and things like that.
Oh yeah, that's why you have the RFID.
Well,
fucking
yeah. Exactly. Like, if you work in, like, secure buildings, you can actually get RFID blocking ID holders for your pass cards. So, when you're walking in and out of the building, someone can't just walk up next to you, scan the card, and then go, oh, what happens if I hold this piece of obscure, tiny-looking technology against this card reader? Oh, look at that, I'm now in the building that I'm not supposed to be in.
Oh, look, I've got government secrets.
So, just out of curiosity, how the hell does that chip show that you don't have COVID?
No,
it doesn't.
It just shows you have a vaccination pass.
It just shows that you're a mindless fucking sheep.
What the hell is the point of it?
Bah!
It's for all future passes.
I really hate humans. I can't stand humanity as a species. I really can't. My good God, you...
And people are wondering how their healthcare information is being fucking stolen from them when they're putting their fucking DNA and information in their fucking skin in these easy to intercept chips.
Oh, actually,
I don't want to.
Bas Van Diepen also actually has a pretty good point. Well, I'm going to take his point and run with it. These injectable RFID tags are reprogrammable. So you could just walk past someone and reprogram their RFID tag and they're fucked.
Yeah. Okay,
you
are
a serial sex offender.
Yeah, serial sex offender. Oh, you're a terrorist. Now this thing is going to alert the authorities.
Well, that's it. I now have your COVID pass on this... handy reprogrammable card that was in my bag for some reason, and you have, I don't know, some bullshit transmitted on your card that's completely fucking useless.
I bet you any money some of these idiots are going to put their fucking crypto wallets straight onto one of these.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I got 1 million in Bitcoin. It's like, yeah, great. That's
not anymore.
I wouldn't be surprised if we
used to. You don't know.
White House sends out Christmas cards with the heartfelt message, "You will get sick and die this winter."
It's heartfelt because they want it to happen.
That's a Babylon Bee.
See, the only part of that that's not true is the sending out cards bit.
So far.
Well, let me see if I've got the article because I might do it. It's probably a tweet, so it's going to be annoying. But Joe Biden said there's going to be it's going to be a winter of serious disease and death for the unvaccinated.
No, it isn't.
Well,
It's
of
gonna be
course
a
it's fucking
serious
not.
Winter of them trying to assassinate the unvaccinated and then calling it a sickness.
Pretty much.
I mean, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see some sort of like COVID camps actually joining up in America, like they did with the Asian camps they had.
Well, remember we've already got COVID camps in Australia.
Well,
But-
I know that's my thing.
Yeah.
But it's just like the Americans to try and copy every new trend, you know.
Yep.
So disappointing. Yeah, the NWO will control your cash and all your data and be able to cancel you from society in an instant. You're absolutely spot on.
Yeah, which tags into what Bleach Demon's saying as well. Throwing the push for cashless society. Exactly. Which is why I don't want to do away with cash. As much as I love the being able to be all modern and go, my bills are paid and I haven't even put pants on. I still like being able to wander around with untraceable cash.
This is why I like the idea of becoming a silver or goldsmith, so I can literally just make resources myself. Like, yes, I've got lots of jewelry I can trade in.
Yeah. What was that about small field sustainable agriculture again? Discordia says, COVID is going to get you this time. And how are there any unvaxxed non-boosted left?
You know, I think I actually probably already have had Omicron, because I had a sore throat a couple of days ago.
Oh,
Well,
was
actually,
it
about a week ago now.
was it sore or tickly? Because apparently
Tickly
that
and sore,
okay, in that case it was probably Omicron.
and I had a bit of a bad back at the same time. And I was like, well, I've only just known the symptoms after I think they described it on the Lotus Eaters or something like that, and I was like, oh, okay, I probably already had it then. But it's just like it's such a mild thing. Like the original COVID, I haven't been vaccinated. I had the proper COVID that when it was going around, I had like the weakest fever, the weakest fucking flu-like symptoms I've ever experienced. So I'm fairly lucky. There's obviously some people who have severely been screwed over by it, but like in general, like the hysteria around it just seems so overblown.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is why government is gay.
Gay
This
government.
is why
Turn the frickin' government gay.
I ideally would favor anarchy.
Yeah, my dad's an anarchist. I don't really know how I feel about anarchy. I've been trying to read Michael Malice's book on anarchy, but I haven't really got through it yet.
Didn't you write all?
The only problem I have with anarchy is it almost
The Anarchist Handbook.
the only problem I have with anarchy is it immediately descends into city states.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was.
Boost.
Yeah, because you're gonna have naturally forming coalitions as human beings
Yeah, which
congregate.
basically just ends us up where we were 1600 years ago.
Yeah, they're corporations basically.
We'll
Yeah,
get
but I think
our
I could run a bag
cyberpunk
in
future
60.
with our corpo war.
Yeah, I don't mind that so much, to be honest.
I'm not in London, no, Billy. I live near Bath, which is basically London of the southwest, I guess, but prettier and less stabbings.
I think Somalia has less stabbings than London at this point.
You know
I'm
why
sure
that is?
Somaliland does.
Has
You know why
all
that
fallen
is?
asleep again?
No, I have not fallen asleep.
Do you know why London has more
Oh,
stabbings
I'm
than
getting very
Somalia?
close to it. I think.
Has it got more people?
No, it's because all the people are from Somalia doing their stabbing in London.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh dear.
And it's probably true, actually.
Yeah.
Sadly.
See, this is if the Queen had any balls at all, she would dissolve Parliament and take control of the country.
Yeah.
First order of
Oh,
business
fuck.
is fire everyone that isn't loyal to the Queen, which is Boris Johnson doing shit, and Khan can fuck off.
Like, I dearly wish that the Queen would dissolve the Australian government.
She can technically do so. as
I
far as I'm
know, I
aware.
just
she
fucking
can
wish
technically
she
dissolve
would.
Parliament.
Like, yeah, she can throw out every politician in Australia, and dear God, I wish she would.
If only.
Yeah,
This is
but
why-
if
this
she
is why I
tried,
favor the
they would
monarchy.
just tell her no these days. They just resist because they're
that's
literal
because
fascists, so they wouldn't care.
that's because they're gay and they don't respect the law of the land. Which would be
Well,
monarchy.
they don't respect any law. Least of all, the law of the land.
They don't respect the laws that they want everyone else to follow.
Yeah, of course they don't. Which means they're tyrants. Or
Yeah.
tyrants, sorry. Tyranny.
Tyrannids, yes, well, I agree with you.
Tyrannies. They're like communists, only harder to kill.
And they want to reduce you to biomass. That's what they want to do.
How is that any different to communists?
That's basically what I mean.
The communists will tell you they're equal before they kill you.
Oh, I see.
But no, to be fair, the tyrannids will probably just screech that you're equal at you.
Horrible people.
I'm from
And then-
Buenos
and then-
Aires, and I say we kill them all.
And
Yeah.
then people wonder why I favor the monarchy and not democracy, because democracy produces tyranny.
At least if you have a monarchy that's tyrannical, you can murder them. It's a lot easier to kill the singular person who's the monarch than having to kill a whole government of system.
Or an angry mob.
Yeah.
Thank you for that argument, by the way, because I had this in a podcast a couple, like 2 days ago, mainly with
Yeah.
Americans, and you cannot discuss why a monarchy is superior to democracy with Americans, because their instant reaction is just a screech.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing about the right wing is you can have the conversation with Europeans why they would favor the monarchy because they've had monarchies.
Mm.
So there's an idea of yes, we can return to the king because the king has sense, and our politicians are gay and skeevy. There's respect for the king. Whereas in America, they think, oh, we defeated the king. And if you ask Americans which king did you defeat during the American Revolution, they won't have a fucking idea.
I know.
And do you know who King George was? No? Okay. Then you're not allowed to talk about monarchies because he's supposedly the king that you had a revolution against. I actually think they rebelled against the king because the king wasn't actually as tyrannical as history makes them out to be because, history is written by the victor. So naturally you're going to hate the king. If you read the history like, oh, okay, the king wasn't actually such a bad guy. Why did they rebel against him? Oh, we're not going to talk about that because very uncomfortable for Americans.
You can't possibly know the truth.
No, you can't, especially not if it's. I found that really funny. The thing about Americans is they just think, oh yeah, the British Empire did a lot for the world, except for Americans. With American, they were complete bastards, but the rest of the world, they were completely benevolent. Right?
So
Okay.
fucking dumb. It is irritating.
Yes.
It's like people complaining about the Roman Empire and what it didn't do for the world.
Yeah.
Like you enjoy the privilege of roads, I believe.
Yes, I find it funny because the person who I had the conversation with was Aiden, and Aiden got so much crap from people because she came out as a monarchist because she said, well, democracy's got a whole bunch of problems. She would list them, obviously, and she got so much crap, and I said, here's the problem. First of all, Americans are idiots who think that their democracy will last forever, which is absurd. But the second,
democracy's already been subverted.
yes, it's oligarchic as holy crap. But Americans don't care about that. They just think, well, we can vote our leaders. Yes, but here's the problem with this. Your leaders, I said to them, you got to think of it like this. You can remove the head of the snake, but the entire body is still intact. And if the previous administration's hell that was actually bad is popular, it will just compound as the state grows bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, which is what happens now. And now it's got a $5 trillion spending, and people just think, oh, well, it's popular. Yeah, it's going to be paid for by the next 50 fucking years. So good luck with that. It's just
You're getting some disagreement in the chat as well.
Of course, I
That's
would be.
interesting. I'm just watching them kind of screeching.
Uh,
You set us on the right path for a while. We screwed it up. That's not really screeching. They're saying taxes and rights plus the Boston Massacre. I think that was in response to what caused them to rebel.
You would never stand for a New Yorker as a king. And would you stand for the guy now, out of curiosity?
Well, I sure as hell wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was knighted by our current queen, I would genuinely be honoured. I'm not sure I would feel the same about her children. I think if Princess Diane had not been killed, she would have made an absolutely fantastic replacement. But as it stands, I don't really see Prince Philip or the other one. Fuck, what's his name?
It's not
Harry?
Philip.
No, the other one.
William Harry.
William.
The Queen's son.
Oh, Prince
Charles.
Prince Charles taking over from the Queen. And I sure as
No.
hell don't see the children. Maybe Harry would be okay. But
I think
don't
Harry
see it.
has some skin in the game, yeah.
No, I think Harry will be. I think William will be alright.
Yeah, Prince
Sorry,
William will be
William,
right,
if
but
he's
Prince
the-
Harry does not make good decisions. His wife. So no, I don't think he'd be a. Also, I think you can probably make the case that. Yeah, can I say something blasphemous?
Sure.
I think if you were to look at Prince Harry, and considering his mom was Diana, and as many think that Prince Charles is not his father, that would technically mean he has no claim to the throne.
Yeah, no, I'd be quite happy to see
Which would be really funny, by the way.
William on the throne rather than
and Prince
Harry,
Harry,
'cause
yeah, great.
Yeah.
Harry can be completely disavowed at this point. I don't think either of them should be wearing that title.
The only
they should
Queen
be
Meghan
treated
should
as
have is a welfare
traitors,
queen.
frankly.
Yeah.
But that won't happen because it's too it's too dramatic for the modern monarchy.
Yeah. Harry
it's-
should have
Yeah,
just
well-
been disowned the moment he married an American.
Yeah, agreed. Someone said that Germany was a democracy too. Yeah, that's actually the point, is that right after the First World War, the first thing that Woodrow Wilson did, because he's a complete shithead and a tyrant, he just said, hey, look, let's dissolve the entire Austro-Hungarian Empire. And then he birthed these smaller states, and many of whom had German-speaking minorities. And then some really bad shit happened, like the Treaty of Versailles, who pissed off an entire German people and forced them to pay reparations, which they couldn't exactly do. And then this really pissed them off, and then Hitler was birthed from that, because the Germans are quite proud people, and if you piss them off, they might rebel because your democracy idea was shit. And then yeah. And even Winston Churchill said, I think if you were smart and you did not dissolve the Austro-Hungarian Empire and you kept a Kaiser on, you wouldn't have birthed Hitler.
Mhm.
So yeah, maybe don't dissolve monarchies because they may actually serve a purpose. But who knows?
Yeah, seriously, something complicated to the issue. See, I've not heard anyone actually argue for a monarchy for a very, very long time. Like, I've always tried to discuss that with people, but like, never heard any solid argument. So I need to watch the video argument that you had and see what I make of it if I get a chance to.
Okay, so here's the argument that was made, and you guys tell me if you follow this, because this is the argument. The main argument came from a book called The Dictator's Handbook, which is very, very stupid. If you read like the first 15 pages of the book is essentially what the entire bulk of the argument was made. And the argument in the book is, regardless, what makes democracy better is that democracy has to appeal to a large group of people, whereas smaller groups of people has a small coalition that keeps them in power. Now, the reason this falls flat is because the argument was, if you provide goodies to a large group of people through taxes, which means you can just spend eternally on a massive group of people for their benefit, and therefore more people will benefit. Now, that is an incredibly insane argument, because it just means you can spend and spend and spend, and then just nothing bad will happen. Which, from an economic point of view, is just A, insane, and doesn't make any sense, and B, the argument that they use in the book of a small coalition, and I shit you not, the argument is the 4 small coalition power archetypes was a military junta, a CEO, a king, and a dictator. And I said to the person, do you honestly believe that a dictator who likely comes from peasantry or small background, maybe military sometimes, that they come from that background, they have to carve their way through blood and bone and leave skulls in their wake. And as soon as they get to the top of whatever chaotic system that has been induced because of a revolution, likely, and then they have to kill whoever just brought them to power because they would likely kill them as well, given half the chance because there's no order whatsoever. Compare that to a king who was raised from birth to the throne with the best education money can buy. There's expectation of them, there's rules, and there's order.
And they're taught their
And
entire
they're
life what is
yes,
right and wrong.
and these two people would be exactly the same. The argument, the counterbalance I was told is it doesn't matter how they get to power. It's what they do to retain it. I went, if you honestly think this, you are completely insane. Because no sane person in their right mind thinks a dictator, a CEO, and a king has the same mindset once they get there. A CEO is selected because
He's
of their competence in a private
in a
industry.
very, very specific thing. And like not just
Yes.
being a businessman, but in the very specific industry that they are in.
Yes. Like I just feel like
I wouldn't know the
y-
first thing about fucking running a government, and I'm a CEO.
Yes, exactly. I just like this is the stupidest argument, and I didn't say this because this was like 4 a.m., so I'm not exactly thinking on that well. The next day, this is all I could think about. But I just wanted to say, okay, let's use as example. If I was a king or the CEO, the dictator, let's say I paid off my small coalition, okay?
Mm.
Now what? I still have to run the company. I still have to run the kingdom. I still have to establish some order and dictatorship. Those are all going to be different bloody skills. They're not the same thing.
Yeah.
So how can you qualify this as like everything else that you got to the power, the top of the ladder, you can just dismiss, and the only thing that keeps these people in common in their position is power. No, the thing that keeps the CEO in power is the board of directors, and they have to make money for the board of directors. The thing that keeps the dictator in power is anyone who might depose him. The thing that keeps the king in power is he has to run the kingdom and not piss off an entire massive amount of people. So like, if this is your basis for how a monarchy would be, it's a really stupid one with no idea of history, because apparently every kingdom is a tyrant, and every CEO is a bastard. Like, what?
Well, there's two in the chat, and they're both bastards.
Oh, this was
I mean,
this
just
was in a
anecdotal evidence suggests that they are.
yeah. Yeah, king is in because they said the weirdest question that was asked is why would anyone be incentivized to work in a monarchy? And my immediate reaction was like, why would you live? Was how I took the question. Like, what do you mean? Why would they like what is the incentive? Like, and so Aiden said to me, what is the incentive to work in a democracy if the government just wants to give you everything to get your vote?
Yeah.
It's like,
I didn't get that argument. It just didn't make any sense to me.
mm,
Because you make it sound like before democracies, no one did any innovation of any kind whatsoever.
I know.
What?
Like, literally, you look at the medieval period and the fact that I don't know, printing came about.
Yeah.
Like the building methods that they used to make cathedrals. Like there was some real engineering skill that went into that.
Yes. The funniest thing someone said in a book that we were reading is that all the best philosophers came from monarchies. None of them came from democracies. Like, oh yeah, actually that's true.
Philosopher kings and all that.
Yes, because the argument was quite funny. The book said, "What do you think you would have more freedom in, academic freedom in, say, the university in Vienna in the 1800s or a modern-day American university?
Sorry, say that again.
Where would you find more academic freedom from a professor in Vienna in the 1800s or a modern-day American university?"
Yeah.
True. I mean,
Yeah.
you literally look at the Greek sort of links, and they had um porch philosophy.
Yeah. So it I didn't actually do particularly well on it because I was quite quiet because again it's 4 a.m. You don't think very crisp.
Yeah.
And looking back, I just thought there are so many things said in this debate that my head's going like, why didn't I say anything? Because this is like really, really stupid. And the monarchy got a bad rap. But it's the funny thing about the revolutions. All of them came from mob rules.
Thinking about it, the only reason we ended up with a democracy in this country at all is only because one particular monarch was an asshole to the people too much. Didn't do what a monarch should do.
Which is behave well.
Mm. Behaving in a kingly manner, as it were.
Yes. Because I've noticed something about the Americans. What the Americans, and this is not all of them, obviously, the ones that are sane can think this way, but I said the reason this idea does not take well, and I said this on Sargon's podcast before, I said that if people are not in a position where they think something is wrong, they're reluctant to change it. Whereas if people see a problem and no one discusses it, they want to find like-minded people who look at it in a different way. And that's where you'll have the more intellectual curiosity, because they see something is wrong and they want to look for a way to get out of it. The greatest failure of democracy is universal suffrage. Yeah, but don't tell Americans that. If you tell them that maybe you shouldn't vote because you're an idiot, oh my god, do they lose their fucking minds. If you think the left are bad, the right can be just as bad. The right definitely has their trigger words.
Yeah.
And all you need to say is, universal suffrage and voting is not the best thing. And then, oh my god, do they lose their shit just like lefties?
They couldn't possibly imagine that they aren't smart enough to know what's best for their country.
I should have actually said that. That's quite funny. But it's they think a monarch is a dictator.
Yeah, that's what I find very interesting. Like, obviously, to some respect, I can see why they would make the comparison, but a dictator is specifically a tyrannical person.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't get is the dictator comes from power and rules with brute force, and the monarch is trained from birth. It's like your mindset of hellish dictatorships versus the order of a king that has existed for hundreds of years.
Mm.
Your subjects are going to be treated very, very differently. Also, the king is going to treat them very differently. And as far as the why would you work under a monarch? Well, it's quite simple, because if a monarch is going to tax people because he's got he's the head of the state, so that's not a surprise. But if your reign is longer, as you would be in a monarch, then you would be incentivized to keep the taxes low, because, as any economist knows, if you keep the taxes low, people innovate more. And if people innovate more, they become more prosperous. And the more prosperous have, if you just tax a smaller amount as people get more prosperous, you'll just draw money overall in a bigger pool. It just might take you longer. But if your reign is longer, this would benefit you. And someone said, why would the king do this? And I thought, if you're a kingdom, would you rule over destitute and poverty, or would you rather rule over an enormously impressive kingdom?
Plus, not only that, but having an impressive and enormous kingdom allows you to also defend your throne and your crown and the kingdom. Being
Yes.
impoverished isn't beneficial to anyone in a position like a king.
Yes. And this concept is just insane to Americans.
I find it fascinating that they think that way.
Yeah, it is very unusual. But I think it's because they're a very secular nation.
Mm.
Whereas I think there's reverence for because someone asked us, why would the people look at this? Because I've noticed with the Americans, and this is going to sound really bad to them, but they're very, very selfish people, and not in the Ayn Rand kind, in the very kind of I'd be a bastard if I had power kind, which is not the way Europeans think.
You kind of see it in some people if you're asking them the simple question of what superpower would you have, and then they tell you if they had that superpower how they would abuse it. Immediately, that's the first thing people seem to go to. Oh, I shouldn't have this kind of power. I'd be an evil person if I did this.
Also, someone in the chat says, being a Brit, your view on monarchy is skewed. There's one problem with that. I'm not a Brit. I'm not even European. So my view on monarchy is not based on my Britishness.
Also, I'm Australian, so
yeah.
Although I have lived in the UK for a very long time, I've always been a bit of a Republican, because I never really understood the point of a monarchy. But I've never seen anyone really make a good argument for either in the UK. So.
What, the Republic and the democracy, or the monarchy and republican?
So basically, you'd get rid of the monarchy and replace it all with a republic. The entire system that we have as it stands, replaced with a decentralized republic, essentially.
Ugh.
Someone said the communist dictatorships tend to become like dynasties. Maybe in North Korea, maybe, but the rest of them not so much. At least not as far as I
Most
know.
dictators don't last that long. They usually replaced with another dictator from their same organization because someone else goes, I could just shoot him in the back of the head and be dictator myself.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing in power to ensure my legitimacy, which is one advantage that a monarchy has. If you have if an illegitimate king goes, what if I just run my sword through the back of the king and take over? Well, the nobles will go, he's illegitimate. Raise your armies. We're going to war. And
Not
that's
only is
only
Not
happened.
the legitimate king, but he's now a traitor. He's attacked our king.
Correct.
It becomes a huge body against this one person. Like you see it even in Skyrim with the conflict between the Stormcloaks and the bloody the Imperials. You know, it's silly.
Yeah, that's the one argument that I couldn't understand. As someone just said, the king will find someone with more money than him as a threat. Like,
Why?
why?
He can tax them more.
Yes. I didn't understand that. Because normal people, I don't know, maybe the Americans are fucked in their head.
They associate money with power. That's what it is.
Oh, it could be that. But the thing I couldn't understand is if you were like a business owner and you did really, really well under the king, why would you kill him? For what purpose? You're doing well. What I don't know what person gets in an arse load of money and just suddenly goes, I want to kill people.
Which,
Why?
You know what?
which again
I'm doing well
supports
enough
your.
in society to make all this money. Why don't I just kill the king, and see if I can do it better, even though I'm doing well and I'm
Yeah.
successful underneath this current king, and I don't have all the strife. Yeah,
Which
seems like a
does
legitimate
circle
Yeah.
back
do.
to your point, Spoon, about why would a king want their people to be successful? Because if they're not successful, they tend to get uppity and behead rulers. The king does not want to
that,
be
yeah.
beheaded, so he wants them to be successful, which makes him even more successful. So it's win, 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 win.
And we're not even talking about going back to feudalism, which is what a lot of people confuse monarchy for.
Yes. I've noticed that the Americans cannot fathom the idea of capitalism and a monarchy. Like that is completely antithetical to their worldview. I don't know why. Because I think.
I mean, I think capitalism and monarchy actually probably go together really, really well.
Yes,
They
and-
go together. Really, yeah, they do. I mean,
But something that is very, very funny, and Aiden brought this up to me. She said, if you look at all of the people who in like, because the book we read is from the 1950s. It was an Austrian guy. I think it's German Austrian, and if you look at it, almost every one of these people that advocates for the return of a monarch, they're all ANCAPs. Like they're libertarians. They're not freaking commie socialists. They're like hardcore libertarians, and you just think, does it not find weird that the most hardcore advocates for a monarch are like staunch, heavy capitalists? You think like, why? What is that? And I just think, well, for one thing, the main thing I like is it gets rid of the animosity of party politics.
That's
From
true.
from a social point of view, it's actually a lot healthier.
Because
And
there
also
is
you
a
can-
massive divide in the country right now. We have two-party
Yes.
politics in the UK, and we have a bunch of other parties that, to have any influence, have to band together to become any sort of power, and they won't because they all have these separate ideologies.
Yeah, and
So
that's
yeah,
Dev made
and capitalism really thrives when all the people in the country are united for the same cause.
yeah, exactly. Dev, short fat otaku, because he was on the stream and he sent me a message, and he said he doesn't like the idea that Americans have the how America has the Democratic and Republican wings. He said what you should have is a president with a longer reign because 4 years is too short, and you shouldn't have the political parties. What you should have are just people who follow the Constitution. And I thought that's a good idea in theory, but it also would mean that there's only one party technically, and it almost sounds like they want a Supreme Court judge for a president. 'Cause that's kind of what it sounds like. Which I don't mind. I think that's a better idea than what they have now. But I just thought, how would that work? Because it sounds like you would dissolve the two parties. Now, I do think that the Republicans are sane, and I think the Democrats are completely off their hinges. Because there isn't anything about like constitutional about Americans' Democrats at this point. Like they're all completely nuts. So who the hell knows? 67 parties.
I'm curious. Billy Blogs brings it up, but what do you think of the no taxation without representation sort of idea?
Represent what?
Well, like obviously, that was one of the main rules that one of the main reasons for the revolution is that they didn't want to be taxed by the government without any representation on the laws that were being instigated against.
I think this is going to sound like a heavy claim, but I think that is historical propaganda.
I have no idea. So I'm coming from a
Yes,
completely plain point of view on it, but I
because
have heard that before. That some people
because
claim it's
that
propaganda.
that is the idea. There's a book you can go into Google, I think, and type in "True History of the American Revolution," and there's a book written in like 1904 by, I think his name is Sidney Fisher is the author's book, and he says that the current historical view of the revolution is severely tainted by the historical point of view of the victor. And he said that if you want an accurate view of history, then you should perhaps consider the part of the loyalist and not just he was a British man and he wrote about the American Revolution because the way that he saw it. And obviously it might be biased on both sides, but Molbrook suggested that you should read that book because he said there's a lot of gaps in the official story that does not make sense. And if you read this book, it starts to add up more, and then you realize that, oh, this is not the way it's purported. He's got, I think it's chapter 3 in the book that he has the introduction to a gentle introduction to unqualified reservations, and the chapter 3 is called the American Rebellion, and he's got a large section there of a guy called Thomas Hutchinson, I think was the guy's name, and I think he was
probably a relative of mine then.
Yeah, he was I think he was a representative for Massachusetts, and I can't go into the language because the language is Old English, so you have to read it a bunch of times and to make sense of it, because some of it even flies over my head because it's very latent in like.
Is this by Mencius Molding? Sorry, Mencius Moldbug. The book.
The unqualified reservations one is by him, yes, but the official document is not.
Okay.
The official document came from Thomas Hutchinson himself, and there's a long document as well where they took the Declaration of Independence and just read it and just said this makes absolutely no sense, and what these people advocate for is not things that were violated by the king. And it makes it sound like the revolution was not just an idea born yesterday. It's actually a long time planned coup. It's not a revolution. It's actually a reactionary coup orchestrated by George Washington. Now, again, if you say this to Americans, they'll like lose their mind because this is not something they were ever taught. And I think if you say to any American, your history is not as what you think it is, that's not going to take. So, hold on, see if I can find it. And like if you read chapter 2 is the American Rebellion, and he's got a bit in it that actually says, anyway, our point of conflict today is what you call the American Revolution. For a quick self-test, ask yourself how close you are to agreeing with the following statement. You're not expecting to take this on faith. We will demonstrate it quite thoroughly. Everything I know about the American Revolution is bullshit. And he calls it Orwellian anti-history, at least high-quality anti-history. Remember, kids, democracy is anything but mildly evolved. Tends to fit Professor Frankfurt's handy definition. Bullshit is neither truth nor fiction, it's bullshit. If it uses any factual misstatements, it uses them very sparsely. If it has any resemblance to reality, the match is a coincidence. And again, it's not something that normal people would take at face value. Here it is. Strictures upon the Declaration of the Congress at Philadelphia. This is quite long, and you may have to read it a few times because it's heavy in old language. Orchestrated by rich men that wanted to usurp the king. You can probably look at it that way. That's it.
Yeah, that's definitely worth a read at some point. I'm not very good at sitting down and forcing myself to read through books in general. I get too distracted in general. I'm a bit ADHD at times.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, this might take you a while to read. I read this a while ago, and I probably would have to read it now, because there's also another person's take on this. There's a website called. It's a bit old now, but it's called. Let me see if I can find this website. I can guarantee the person who wrote this blog also read Molbug, because it sounds a lot like him. Is that website, the Mad Monarchist? And if you look up King George or the American Revolution, there's also a bit about how King George was treated. Because history would probably consider him, at least Americans who might know history, at least somewhat, would probably consider him a bad king because he's the one that they rebelled against. But if you read about King George's behavior, King George was actually an immensely popular king.
Yeah, I know. I've heard a lot about King George, specifically. Where did you post the link, sir?
It's in the chat.
General or?
Yeah, I could was in the chat on the YouTube page. I can post it in. Hold on.
It doesn't show up for me.
I can post it in.
Yeah, the YouTube eats links.
Yay.
Yeah.
Moldbug. Yeah.
It's interesting because I was recording an article for the Lotus Eaters not long ago that mentioned Mencius Moldbug.
Yeah, he's a very interesting character.
I can't remember what it was in reference to, but
the cathedral, probably.
Yes, that was it. Thank you.
And Moldbug's one.
I really want to see them do a book review of Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl.
And that's the one. If you want a really good book to read that makes a case for monarchies, there's a book called, I think it's called Liberty or Equality. And it was written by a German guy. Liberty or Equality, the Challenge of Our Time. It was written by Erich Ritter von Koinold-Leden, which is a hell of a long name. And I think he's German-Austrian. I think his description of him is a walking encyclopedia.
Interesting.
So I imagine he's an interesting
There's another
figure.
book called Liberty or Death: The Struggle of Democracy in Britain as well. That came up when I searched for liberty.
Yeah, and the point is that you can have more freedom under a monarch than you can under democracy, because democracy is mob rule, and the problem with the mob rule is that a politician, I don't think the idea that a politician will listen to his constituents actually carries weight, because if that was the case, politicians would not have a massive reputation for being liars.
Yeah.
So the idea that a person comes into power and they will do whatever their constituency tells them, like, no, that is complete rubbish.
This is why I had, my dad always would suggest the idea of legislating what they make as election promises. So there should be some sort of, you have to do what you say you're going to do, but that doesn't work when you have a democracy.
Yeah, precisely.
Oh, Oil's back.
Yeah, I was watching a Sturgeon thing.
Nicholas Sturgeon?
Yeah.
Why would you subject yourself to that kind of cruelty?
It's important to know what that fucking stupid cunt's up to.
Yeah, especially in your home country.
Mm.
I don't know. If I look at anything,
Scotland, you said.
That's
you
for
were
you,
born in
Oil.
Scotland, did you say?
What part of Scotland?
I don't know. Sorry, I thought you said you were born in Scotland.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
I'm currently in Scotland.
I like Scotland. I've only been there once, but it was quite a beautiful place to go.
Yeah, I was in Edinburgh a couple of years ago, and it's very green. Yeah, I found it funny because all of your buildings are kind of like a more wholesome color of brown, whereas in Ireland everything is grey. And I'm not talking about the skyline, because that's always grey. but the architecture in Scotland was a hell of a lot nicer than the Irish. And also, I think the Scottish people are nicer than the Irish.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
But you can't understand them when they've been drinking.
But Sturgeon is just fucking absolute lunatic.
Yes.
She always
and
struck me as a
also-
bit fishy. That was such a
Yeah.
lowbrow joke.
I know.
What's fishy?
Oh.
I don't trust any female with power.
I was mostly referring to her last name.
What was it that Giannis Korvin-Mikke said when Salkon interviewed him? He said that women favor socialism because they're inclined to seek security, whereas men favor capitalism because their job is to provide, so they will take risks, whereas women don't.
Mm.
Yeah.
And women do stupid things, and men do smarter things because risk requires them to do so. But again, try and tell women that nowadays, and they just lose their mind.
Well, I mean, Sturgeon just always universally blames every issue that she has on Westminster. So the point was they're saying, well, you know, basically you've caused lockdown by stealth. You've caused all these bars and everything to shut because you haven't actually told them to shut, but you've basically driven all the. But by putting in various rules, you've basically made it impossible for people to go to them. Bars and nightclubs and stuff like that. And they're saying, "Oh, you haven't provided any real financial support for them." And she's going, "Well, but I've got a fixed budget.
Fuck these people.
Westminster could borrow the money. Well, I can't. I don't have the power to borrow money because I'm not. She can't borrow it. Westminster could borrow, but she can't borrow it until Scotland's independent. She can't borrow the money. She said, "I would borrow the money. It's unconscionable that we don't borrow the money, but I can't borrow the money." Westminster's fault. Everything is always Westminster's fault. Doesn't matter what it is.
I do hope
Westminster's fault.
that they vote to leave the British Union. I think it will be the biggest mistake they ever make if they do it, and they'll immediately regret it.
I think before Scotland gets another independence vote, England should have a vote on whether they even want them in. So
yeah, that would put the
they
shit
can't,
on them,
they can't,
actually.
They can't vote. They can't vote to have Scotland remain as such.
Like
But
so,
they
so just to
because
vote
can't
to kick
force
them
them
out.
to stay. But they should have a vote to see whether England wants to kick them out, which I think would be hilarious because that would put Sturgeon in it because that would put Sturgeon in a very real possibility of having to vote campaign to remain.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Not only that, but I think there's a good deal of the Scottish public themselves that actually do want to remain part of the European Union, and
yeah,
they're not getting the representation they need. But them being unable to vote for or against in its whether they're welcome anymore, that's going to be a big effect on their economy and everything.
Yeah.
I just like your idea of that. Just that there should be a rule in England about whether or not to kick out Scotland, and Scotland has to their own on whether or not want to remain or leave, and just like tally up the votes of either side and see how far that gets. Because I think how the Scottish feel about the Empire and how they feel about the Scots would be. There's some good meanings between those two. Because it's like a broken relationship. Yes, essentially.
Yeah, there's some interesting questions to ask.
Because what if Scotland wants to say, but England wants them to fuck off?
Well, they're kicked out. They have no choice. I mean, there might be some legislation that prevents that happening. I don't know, but I'm sure that could be overridden.
I just think it'd be a fun vote to have. But also, I'm not 100% convinced that Sturgeon actually wants out.
I think what she wants is, because she's alluded to this, is they want to trade the England for the EU. So she's just going to obfuscate her duties from Westminster to Brussels.
Yeah.
She doesn't take responsibility for anything, like every other bloody
politician.
Because
there's this issue as obviously her parliament isn't anywhere near as powerful as obviously Westminster, and she wants to feel as if she's level. Anyway, Beswick's gone quiet for a while because we're not talking about the articles anymore.
I just assumed he'd fallen asleep at this time.
I mean, at least I'd have a reasonable excuse. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Oh
it
yeah,
is you,
fair enough.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I always
Forget-
have a reasonable excuse. I was tired.
It comes
Yeah,
with
that's
age.
What more do you want? Fuck you, Crow.
After a long night with a lass, got to have a couple of days rest to recover.
Yeah.
He can't do 57 in one day.
That's what Christmas holidays are
57 days in Singapore, however.
I'm more about quality than quantity.
for. Yeah, I don't think you saw it that way.
No.
No.
Actually, to be honest, neither do I really.
That shifted on a dime.
Yeah. I'm not particularly interested in either.
I would like to interview some of the women who were in that thing.
That
And
would
just
be
ask them like,
interesting.
yeah, because I was like, what made you want to be part of this? I mean, your
They're
name
whores.
doesn't
They're,
matter.
they're legitimately
They're
prostitutes. They were paid for it.
Yeah, they're just
Yeah, but
whores.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, like, did they have an order? And
Are
how
they
did
good
they
or bad
choose it?
whores, is what you're asking, right?
They're probably
Have you
just doing it in
qualified?
between.
I remember I asked the guy which one was the best one because he was like number 24. For what reason?
Let's be honest.
I
The
don't know.
girls were
After
probably
about
just doing
20,
it in
it started
between.
hurting.
The girls were probably just doing it in between other clients.
No, that can't be that bad.
Yeah, they were just working at a brothel. They're literally at a
Yeah,
brothel.
but I mean, what are they gonna do if the next one is gonna come along? Then it's like, oh wait, hold on, I have to help someone out with the world record. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally.
Yeah, do you see now why that's a bit unusual?
No, I think that's probably exactly what happened.
Well, I
Never
would
seen a
say
porn-
I would
Never seen a porn
say
shoot.
not behind the scenes, no.
Hmm.
Have you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, whatever floats your boat, my friend. But imagine, okay, so it's a 24-hour period, and there were how many of them again?
57.
57.
Okay, so let's do some maths. Consider roughly the time would have been like roughly half an hour each ish. So if you had maybe 8 of them on standby, roughly speaking, at a time, sort of
No, that's
within the
not how
vicinity
it's
to their access. No, because like it's 24 hours, so they're not all going to be on standby waiting around for 24 hours. That's insane.
It's just an open brothel. Probably the brothel's probably open 24 hours.
Do we know the brothel in question?
Yeah, it didn't say in the
Well, I
article.
guess you can find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure they would be in English.
Yeah, but it's in Poland.
Oh, it's in Poland.
Czech Republic.
I was in the Czech Republic. Yeah.
No, Czech Republic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just open 24/7.
57 women, 5 millimeters each. Yeah, so it's at least like 285. It's literally as a coke. It's just shove a coke in.
Could have been a lot more than that, to be fair.
Oh god, don't know.
Imagine the size of this dude's balls.
What balls? They'd be like completely gone by the time he's done with 57 of them.
Well, he did have to go to hospital, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, presumably he took a lot of fluids.
And so did they.
Yay,
At least 5 milliliters.
Yeah. God, that's
I mean-
that's fucking rough.
It's not as rough as it was on the poor bastard who kept measuring it.
I'm wondering where he was probably busting. Probably on them, not inside.
Well, I would imagine Johnny's.
Yeah,
Oh,
hopefully
yeah.
that's safe.
Sponsored
I
by
would say
Durex.
I would suggest he was using Johnny's. Yeah.
I would hope so.
I'm wondering. I was wondering the like bust and then just weigh them essentially. Because I imagine that would probably be the most efficient thing. It'd also be the most gross one, or the least gross.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
And somebody would have to watch so he doesn't cheat.
Oh yeah, there have been loads of people in the room. I mean, they'll all have been videoed. I would hope.
Jeez. Why would you do this?
There'll be a Swiss porn movie come out about it next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Might as well, might you? Seems childish not to, really.
So, what was next on the agenda? If there was anything on the agenda next.
Don't know if there really was an agenda.
Fair.
But Billy B's found an article that we're going to look at because fuck it, it's hilarious.
No.
Meet the
course it is.
woman who holds the world record for sleeping with 919 men in 24 hours.
What?
Whoa.
No way.
What?
That's bollock.
I mean, how?
This looks like Vicky Guerrero.
Well,
Again, it depends on what.
Does
Again,
he
it
just need
depends
to
on
get a
what
dick
this
caught
sleep-
inside a vagina or something? If that's enough, then fine.
well, it's a porn actress.
Of course it
So
is.
just a massive gangbang, isn't it?
Yes,
No.
it's just a massive
That's
gangbang.
not the same.
Part of the
Yeah, but
third
there's only one
annual
guy sticking
World
a dick in every
Gangbang
minute
Championship, where she was competing against 2 other women.
Based.
What did they
In only
get collectively?
12
I wonder.
hours.
STDs, probably.
In order to set the record, the men were only allowed 45 seconds with the actress. Oh, so
okay.
did the...
The guys didn't have any fun at all, let's say.
No.
Yeah.
Did they even achieve anything?
Well, there was probably
So-
probably a great many fluffers around.
Yeah.
Well, if they planned ahead, yeah.
Wow, so you basically blue balled 900 guys in a day. Well done. That's more impressive
Well,
actually than the shagging thing.
But what's the yeah, again, but what's the conditions for having slept with?
45 seconds being
She
inside
was-
them.
She was penetrated by 45 people.
Yes.
For 45 seconds by 900 people.
919 men,
Yes.
yes. Pretty much.
Presumably 3 at a time.
No. Specifically having proper sex, but still.
Well,
It's
what
nowhere
does proper sex mean?
Well, there's
Obviously
one
Clearly
hole
not the
that's
same
proper.
thing as the men's records.
Yeah,
No.
clearly
It's
not,
always
no.
more challenging when it's the men's records, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
The,
course.
the men's record's
Like, she
actually
doesn't have to
impressive.
produce 5
Female
milliliters
privilege.
of cum.
And women don't even the woman doesn't even have to take any.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't know how you'd fucking measure that, but still.
Hold on a second. I gotta do some maths here.
Surely she should have had to take
How much?
900 sets of 5 mil.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was
She
the record?
should have.
What was the record? 919.
Yes.
Okay, so check this out.
Something like that.
45 seconds. So there's 3,600 in an hour, seconds. So 45 divided by
It's 12
45,
hours, the article tells
Yes,
us.
is roughly 80 per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So if you multiply that by 12, will give you 960. So 45 seconds each, 45 seconds. So the 919 would be 71 would be the difference. And I'm trying to think now. Oh no, 69. No, what the hell am I saying? Is 19 would
Hang
be
on.
41.
If she'd had
41,
to take,
45.
if she'd had to take 5 milliliters of cum from all 919 people, how much cum would that be?
That's like, what,
Oh.
5 litres?
4.5 liters.
Enough to fill a few horses.
1,800 seconds. So sort of between all of them, roughly speaking, the time would be 60.
I love the
So
way
there'd
you're
be-
going into deep mathematics about this.
Yeah, so there'd be a half an hour of all the time span between each shag would roughly be about 30 minutes if you by time when somebody else disengage and when someone else re-engages.
Okay, Jesus. There are
Um,
some statistics I just don't need to know.
yes, like, I'm with the maths. I'm part Asian, so I like numbers. Because the one thing I just thought was just how quickly? Because the first thing I thought is, okay, how many can she shag in an hour? Then it would be, how quickly are they lined up to go? Because that would obviously add to the record.
Well, they'll have
The overall
fluffers.
time taken. Yes.
I imagine they were like lined up nut to butt to get through
Yeah,
this
'cause
quickly.
I think I've actually seen a picture of it, and they're basically like a massive queue, as if you were in Britain.
Yeah, because that was my thought. Like, if you're just like lined up outside, or you're just like lining up next to her, and she's just basically like a slot machine, essentially. I just thought that, okay, if there's 900 people and it takes you like what, 10 seconds to engage with each one, roughly speaking, or 30 seconds, that's gonna add like an extra 15 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends on like the basis that she's doing one at a time.
Yes,
And I'm thinking more sort of like 3 at a time.
of course, because you're a
not
pervert.
specific. Well, I mean, it doesn't specifically specify an orifice, does it?
Does it not?
Not in what he read out.
Not in
Just
that
said had
particular
sex with.
article.
Just said sex with.
Did it not say that they have to penetrate her?
Yeah, but there's plenty of places to penetrate.
That's semantics.
I reckon it's probably. I reckon it's at least 2 at a time, if not 3. Which makes the maths a lot easier.
Imagine if you got an STD from every single guy.
I think you'd be a case study for medicine. You'd have a permanent career.
I would think that everybody involved in that would have been tested beforehand.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Somebody's conveniently done the maths. Because
Sorry
of course
about that.
they
Yeah.
have. Because of course they have.
Yeah, that would be me.
No, Praxis is
2 seconds between
in the
partners,
live
apparently.
But as I say, I'm very doubtful it's 1 at a time.
No, it would be one at a time. It actually makes sense.
Discord is like, what the fuck did I return to?
Because
She's already gone by the time I've noticed that, but yeah.
I did the maths for because someone said you have to dock quickly. Yeah, okay. If it is in reference to that, mathematically that'd be about okay. So,
Give a generous 10 seconds for the guy to get hard enough to stay inside.
Well, clearly
Well,
they must be preparing while they're in line.
No, they'll be the guys will either be jerking off or they'll have been fluffers or something.
Yeah.
Professional fluffer, imagine that.
Yeah, the time added up all together is about 30 minutes of the 12 hours. So there would have been a considerable number of seconds between each partner, if I can, say this politely.
Discordia
this
says
taken into
if you
account,
aren't ready when you get there, you get to the back of the queue, I guess.
As someone said, does this take into account the restroom breaks? Yes, it does take into account the break in between. Although I don't know if she was just laying there and just taking it, if she got up and walked around. I imagine she must have it at one point.
Does she get to change position as well?
Probably, I imagine.
Because I can't imagine being on your back for like however long would be particularly comfortable.
I think that's the least of their worries. To be honest.
I would imagine she'd have been in a variety of
Positions.
probably some sort of contraption, sex swing or something.
You make it sound like
You
she's
never
like
been
just
to a
laying there.
German
Someone's.
club?
Not the ones you're thinking of, I imagine. There's black lights and sex
boring.
swings everywhere. Now that you think of that, I'm just thinking of this one in a weird contraption.
You people are so pedestrian.
No, we're just not degenerates.
Speak for yourself.
Not Sodom and Gomorrah here.
That's the first time I've been called pedestrian in a long time.
Should have seen what was going on in this house last night.
Do we really want to know?
He was
No.
signaling in semaphore to traffic.
I mean, the past two stories have been shag fests, quite literally. So, can you one up that, Oil?
No,
Okay, yeah, there we go.
I think a very individualistic approach.
This
Well,
sounds like a girls' conversation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this also was an individualistic effort. I mean, more so from the chap than the last, to be honest. I mean, the last just kind of lay there, whereas the guy had to,
A
pump
woman
fucking
and her
bitches out,
919 closest friends.
yeah.
Yeah.
And many acquaintances.
Absolutely standard. We should see how much we made off our fucking OnlyFans for that.
Well, apparently this was back in 2004, so not much on OnlyFans. Discordia's only just found out that we're talking about 919 men.
Yes, Discordia, some depraved human being let 919 men inside of her within a 12-hour period. Apparently, the rules were that they had to be inside of her for 45 seconds. So if you multiply that with, the 919, and she's down to 12 hours, you can take the difference between the total amount of time tallied up versus the 45 seconds of 999, and then the spare part at the end would be what is the allotted amount of time divided between the partners that goes from engaging to disengaging. I can probably word that a lot better.
But
To be
this is
fair,
still,
I don't
but
think
your calculation still assumes one at a time, and I find that very difficult to believe.
I
The
also
reason
think
go on.
I'm just saying that Discordia probably wasn't here for the earlier conversation about the men's record with the 57 women either. So she's like, there's a huge disparity between what men can achieve and what women can achieve in this department. It seems.
But
Or
she's not
is
doing
it because
anything.
the standard is lower?
Yeah, but nothing says that she actually had to successfully bring the men to a successful conclusion.
Yeah,
yeah,
but the real question is
we
how
think they're crossing swords.
no. The real question is here: how many could a trans woman take? Because they're basically
Only
better at
2/3.
everything.
That depends if they double at half capacity.
They're basically better at everything than normal women. So, how many could they manage? That's the question. And I suppose we'll find out in due course.
Is that your plan?
I think they'd have a trouble finding. Wait, no, that joke wouldn't have made sense. Never mind.
You do say they couldn't find 1,000 men to fuck a trans woman.
Oh yeah, I should have said that. That's actually funnier.
Yeah, but all right. But I mean, I don't think you would struggle to find 1,000 men to fuck a trans woman.
Well, Dankele would be on the list.
Yeah, Leo.
But
Yeah,
Dankele's
give
into
you that.
traps, which I don't know why.
I mean, the right kind of trans woman could do both records at the same time.
No, they can go fuck themselves.
No. I mean, that's proper multitasking.
Oh, there goes oil.
You crack one off maybe.
I've probably got to get going shortly anyway because I'm gonna have some dinner soon.
Yeah, I clearly have not had enough sleep, so I'm starting to flag a little earlier than normal.
Get yourself
But if
some
the trans woman
Proplast.
gets too excited, and she might turn the tables.
Ugh.
Or she might turn the tables and become a he. Is that what you're trying to say?
Clearly,
She might join the queue. You never know.
I figured out what Oil's gone off to do. He's gone off to find a whole bunch of trans women with the dick still attached to see if he can form the longest centipede possible.
Yeah. Open wounds and smell like rotten flesh. Oh, why did I read that?
I don't know. I don't know why you had to
There's-
read it out loud either.
Yeah, it's vile.
Why did we have to suffer too?
Do you know what the really sad thing is? Our view count went up since we started talking about this article.
Oh God. Oh dear.
I don't know how we ended up here, but I blame Prime Knight.
Yeah, it's clearly his fault. He's the degenerate.
Yes, everyone needs to let Prime Knight know exactly what they think.
I can't believe you'd bring this up.
I mean,
All of England is looking down on you now. You found your market, guys. Oh, just go. No, she might do the penetrating.
ugh.
Right, lads. It's either you do me or I do you.
Ugh. Well, there's the nasty question of the day.
You sound like Captain Price from Call of Duty.
Oh God, do I?
A little bit. At least for that voice.
Well, if I got my mic back, yeah, my actual audio interface died yesterday, so I'm on my crappy mic. But if I had my proper mic back, I could probably do some fun impressions. I'm sure. That's my I'm a tough guy voice, more or less.
I was told to
Right,
do.
boss. I'm gonna kick your ass.
I was told to read a chapter because one of the books that we told people to read for the monarchy argument was Hopper's book. Hans Hermann Hoppe was Democracy, the God That Failed. And someone said they can't listen to the audiobook that Amazon has because the guy has a really snooty English accent and he sounds kind of boring to people. And I said, well, why don't I just read it? And Aiden went, if you are going to dislike someone because their voice is English and snooty spoon, your voice is not going to help them. And I went, well, first of all, I heard the guy and I think, okay, he sounds nothing like I do at all.
The problem with audiobooks on Amazon, I've signed up to do audiobooks with Amazon, and I looked on it, and the only books it allowed me to read were the snooty, weird, crap books where they want like smut for women. And I was like,
yeah, I can relate to
I'm
that.
not reading a romance novel out loud for these twats. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
yeah, exactly.
I'll lend my voice to better talents than that.
Yeah,
If it was a book I was actually interested in reading aloud, like I wanted to do Wind in the Willows for my mum at some point because it's one of her favorite books, and I know she'd enjoy it. But like, I'd want to be able to actually earn some commission on that on Amazon if I had a chance to do it properly, you know?
Yeah, I thought someone said I should read it as an old wizard, as in the democracy one, because I did it as a joke for Aiden, and she laughed her ass off because apparently it's quite funny.
Oh, go on. Give me an example of your wizard voice.
The wizard voice.
I want to hear it. I must.
Hold on, so I can find where the hell the book is. Give me a second. The government is a territorial monopolist of compulsion, an agency which may engage in continual institutionalized property rights violations and the exploitation in the form of expropriation, taxation, and regulation of private property owners. Assuming no more than self-interest on the part of the government agents, all governments must be expected to make use of this monopoly and exhibit a tendency towards increased exploitation. However, not every form of government can be expected to be equally successful in this endeavor or to go about it in the same way. Rather, in light of elementary economic theory, the conduct of government and the effect of government policy on civil society can be expected to be systematically different, depending on whether the government apparatus is owned privately or publicly.
You know,
Something like that.
It reminds me of a character from what the hell is it? But it's a very, very British slapstick kind of wizard rather than I'm Harry Potter's great wizard professor, very old and slow. You know, those kind of Treebeard style characters.
Yeah, where you basically just like, inch from the microphone and speak very, very slowly. Yeah. Also, what do you mean there's no difference? There's a hell of a difference. I don't normally sound like that. That's a hell of a throat speaky voice. Or to do like the overly posh one that you get from like Family Guy, like, The defining characteristics are probably like that voice.
Oh, I know the voice that you're talking about. That
Yes.
the very, very nasal voice, you see.
Yes.
Yes.
It's one of the voice that Jacob Rees-Mogg speaks
Yes,
with.
quite. Yeah, well, I've met
The
Jacob
right
Rees-Mogg,
honourable
actually.
gentleman.
But yeah, I don't know. What book would you want me to read in a tough guy voice, Bleach?
Tough guy voice.
Tough guy voice, like, all right,
Lines
love.
from Duke Nukem.
Eat shit and die.
Yeah, basically that.
Yeah. I've got. Wait, sorry. I'm trying to not do the Duke Nukem voice because I've got him in my head. What is it?
Eat shit and die.
I'm gonna get you, alien bastards, for shooting up my ride. But trying to do that in
something
my
like that.
other voice is a bit difficult because I keep thinking of that. I'm
Or-
God's gift to women.
Groovy.
Groovy, yeah.
Yeah.
Although that's Ash.
Trying to think of anything else that he says. It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
And I'm all out
I'm
of
out of
gum.
gum, yeah.
Well, that's a reference to the film, though.
It is, yes.
There's
I
another.
didn't know his voice was originally came from Dirty Harry. And then I
Really?
watched Dirty Harry. Yeah, it's inspiration from Dirty Harry. And then you watch Dirty Harry and you're like, oh my god, they do sound very similar.
Bass Duke. Making a C.S. Cooper joke and hit enter too soon.
Ah.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. There we go.
It's annoying because I can't do it properly on my mic. Because I've got a little shitty headset mic at the moment.
Eat shit and die. What was the other ones that he said? I'll break a broom handle off on your ass was one of them. Let me see if I can find some phrases. Duke Nukem.
I was thinking exactly that.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm good.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. The 60 most iconic quotes. Oh, there we go. That's gonna be a mark.
Your ass is grass, and I've got the weed whacker.
Oh, come get some. Yeah, there we go.
It just reminds me of balls, balls, balls. I've got balls of steel.
I remember he trolled a woman on World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Someone used the soundboard and then she went ape shit. It was fucking funny. Oh, let's rock. Yeah, there we go. See you in hell. Lizard Skin makes great books. This really pisses me off. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Didn't he say, damn, this really pisses me off? Or just, this really pisses me off.
Yeah. You're an inspiration for birth control.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that now.
Or damn, you're ugly. Which is an Arnold Schwarzenegger reference.
Oh, yeah, Predator, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he used to say ah as well if you get him to take a piss?
I can't remember. It's been such a
I
long
could
time.
swear he just goes, ah. It's just funny.
Probably something like that. Oh, the other one. Blow it out your ass.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah. I'll rip off your head and shit down your neck.
Yeah.
Oh, it's I'll rip your head off, apparently. I'm gonna get medieval on your asses. Jesus, so many fucking lines.
Yeah. My gun's bigger than yours. Some of these I don't really remember. Oh, it might be because it came from different games.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah, because I just remember the 3D one. It's like some of the ones I can remember here is Come Get Some, obviously.
I remember this one, Time to Kill. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your chicks. So fucking dumb.
You can really see this as a product of the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's
It
really
would-
funny, because nowadays it even seems juvenile by how stupid it is. There's an achievement for
Oh
picking
yeah,
up a
yeah.
turd in the toilet.
There's that other
Really?
one where if you pick up a payphone, you can start listening to a moaning babe, but he's like, Lara, is that you? Talking about Lara Croft.
Yeah.
I think there's actually a photo reference of her looking like a babe in one of the pictures somewhere in one of the games.
Oh, rip your head off and shit down your neck. Yeah, good times. Eat shit and die. Who the hell is messaging me? Go away.
Ah, dearie me. Oh, there we go. Yeah. When he goes to the toilet, he says, "Ah, that's better."
There, that's the one.
I don't have a deep enough or gruff enough voice for it.
That's better.
Yeah, there we go.
I basically have to engage like half of my face just to do that. Just
I know,
because he
it's-
speaks in this very kind of
Yeah, I know. It's so weird.
groovy. It's like just do as bass voice as you can.
I wonder if I can go bass here. End of the line. It's kind of it turns into fucking Sylvester Stallone. I am
Urban,
the law.
yeah.
I am the law.
And then slightly to a drunken Asian man.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. You're like 2 seconds away from going, you're Asian. Yeah, the Luke Nukem one is fun to do.
I prefer a good cigar and a bad woman.
I want to see if I can actually listen to him.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a soundboard somewhere.
Let's see, top 10 quotes.
God, there was an insult that he used earlier that I cannot remember what it is, but it was really fucking funny to hear.
Billy Bloggs asks, how come Harold Shipman is in that photo? I have no idea who Harold Shipman is.
I'm gonna have to Google it because I cannot remember. I've heard the name. Oh yeah, he was that serial killer.
Yeah. Ah, that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he looks like the guy right at the front.
It does too, doesn't he?
Oh dear. Anyway, I'm gonna jump off. Food's about to
Alright.
arrive, so
I'm
the hell did I
about
forget
to
that?
fall asleep on my keyboard, so we might call it there.
that's fair enough. I'm gonna have to do some more reading, I think, but be interesting to jump on one of your podcasts sometime, Spoon.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
I can't say I'll add anything intellectual to the discourse, but we'll see.
If you read a book or two, you might be able to, because we're probably going to discuss some books.
Reading books, God. Actually, if it came to Man's Search for Meaning, that I would absolutely love to discuss because that's a fantastic book.
It probably would be about monarchies, to be honest.
Ah,
I think if Aiden and I do one now, it's probably going to be some of the things that I discussed earlier on. Because when I woke up the next morning from the discussion, the first thing I thought about, did this guy literally think that a CEO and a dictator monarch are interchangeable all because of their power dynamic? Like that's like sounds like a very postmodern way of looking at the world, and it's also completely insane.
Yeah, no, they got completely different motivations.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And also the absolute power or power corrupts absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yes, but I think someone who takes power by killing versus someone who gets it from birth is probably going to have a different view of it
Yes. And
naturally. And the one who thinks that they're the same because of the coalition that they have to appease, especially considering one is respected by fear, the one is respected by legitimacy, and like there are so many ways I can poke holes in this now that I'm thinking about
yeah.
this. But
Well,
again,
I'm
4
looking
o'clock in the
forward to
morning, you don't think.
seeing the follow-up you do if you get around to it. I think that'll be much more interesting than you and Aiden
I,
trying to talk over autistic screeching.
that's for
n
certain.
no, I don't think she will do it again because I said to her that you have to be aware that you're talking to an American audience, and saying monarchy to an American audience makes them instantly. Um, the nice thing is that she and I are both in European time zone, so if we were to do this, it's likely that we will at least get a American audience for the most part, or a
Mm.
European one because of the time zones. So now I'll have to see where it goes.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, our crow friend has popped up. Thanks for popping in and joining us, Spoon. It was good to have
cheers.
you again.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, see you later, man. See you later, chat. It's been good having you guys as well. Hope you had some fun with whatever the hell the last 2 hours has been. We'll catch you all in the Discord later. Other than that, Shadilay, folks.